HSLDA fights hard for your right to homeschool. Join HSLDA to protect your freedom, your family, and your future.
Thank you for the opportunity just to share a little bit about what HSLDA is all about. And I want to just show you a quick slide of our outreach team to tell you a little bit about what we're up to up at HSLDA. Take a look. And while I'm here, I want to just announce a couple of people who are here on our staff. The beautiful Rochelle Somerville is here. Would you wave to her? She's our special needs expert at HSLDA. We have the beautiful Natalie Mack, who is our military outreach coordinator expert. And then we have Anita Gibson, who is our team lead. She's the leader of our high school department. Let's give her a hand. And then we also have the beautiful Carla Fuller, who is here, and she is also an educational consultant today. Let's give her a hand. And I believe, did I miss anyone from HSLDA? So I just want to thank you so much for the opportunity to share. We are working very hard to make homeschooling possible for all. So take a look at our slide.
A ripe banana is one of the most
All right. Praise the Lord. Okay. So these are some of the things that we provide, and you'll find out more later. Not only do we have educational consultants, but we have resources, lots and lots of resources. We have the legal answers, representation, lobbying present, as well as supporting the homeschool community. We're going to help you save time and money. Take a look at our team. Heather Fromack is our director of the outreach as well as consultant services. Christy Horner, she is our administrative program manager. We are excited to have Anita Gibson, who is also advising our outreach team, myself, Natalie Mack, and for Spanish speaking, we have the beautiful Kareem Murato. So we're very excited about everything that's possible at HSLDA. We have a team of what we call guidance counselors, if you will. That's what we like to call ourselves. And so this is our team of guidance counselors at HSLDA. So we're just a call away with all the answers. We're keeping our ear to the ground of not only what's going on in Maryland, but what's going on worldwide in homeschooling. So we hope that you don't hesitate to reach out to us. We also have an online academy that is just for AP classes. If you're interested in AP classes, we're approved by College Board to host these AP classes, and we have one of the highest return rate on the AP class, with more students scoring the 4 or 5 on the AP exam. So we're very excited about that. So without further ado, I hope that you'll visit our table. We have a expert here from HSLDA out in the vending hall. So thank you so very much. And the way I close is this: any question, anytime, anything homeschooling, members get trusted advice and resources for just 35 cents a day. So God bless you, and thank you so much for having us. And we're excited about this partnership.
Okay, so we are ready to get it really started. Opening session is getting ready to get started. We have Anita Gibson that will be coming up for that. And if you're just coming in, make sure that you go to scahomeschool.net to pull up the agenda for today, or look in your swag bag.
Thank you, Natalie.
You are welcome.
All right, so this is our opening session. I'm so glad you guys are here. We've done our thank yous. I want you to know what our goal is for today, because so many of us do these conferences all the time, right? And we go and we sit for a whole day, and we have a book full of notes that go in a closet that we find the next year because we never did anything with them. You know those notebooks? Well, that's not this conference, okay? Our goal, we want you to not feel also overwhelmed when you walk out. Like, my goodness, that was so much information. Where do I begin? We want you, our goal is for you to come away with 2 or 3 nuggets. 2 or 3 nuggets that you can implement in your school today. That's the goal. So don't get overwhelmed. Don't listen to all the information. Ask God, what is it I'm supposed to remember for my homeschool? That's our goal. So that you will be blessed. Some of you have never homeschooled. Some of you are just starting to homeschool. Some of you have homeschooled a long time. So there's different things that each of you need. But God knows what you need. And it's amazing. You know how pastor preaches in the morning and he says the same words, but everybody walks away with something different, right? It hits them in a special way. And so that's our hope today, that you will walk away with some confirmation, some encouragement, and be ready to homeschool. So the name of this conference is You Got This. Sometimes you have to tell yourself things even when you don't believe it. Because I know sometimes when people hear you got this, they're like, oh, no, I don't got this. I can't even say that because that's not true. But we know as believers, there are many things that we speak that are the word, right? That we might not feel, but it doesn't mean they're not true. So anybody in here there's something in the back of your brain is like, no, I don't got this. I have no clue what to do. I am such a failure. My school year was horrible. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. I'm here today to say, you got this. That a part of learning to homeschool is making mistakes. It's like, for us, I have parents who, if they have to change their curriculum, they feel like a failure. I was like, that's the greatest thing you could do, is to recognize something's not working. Why would you do a curriculum for a whole year that's not working? But some of us are doing that. But I paid $100 for that math. You're going to figure this out. Right? No. It's okay. It's impossible to pick the right curriculum every time. It's impossible to know exactly how each child is going to respond. It's impossible to use the same curriculum with your first child, with your second child, because they're all so different. And there's nothing wrong with them. That's the way they've been made. So you got this. I want you to say that with conviction. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, because you're saying you to yourself. Sometimes as a homeschool parent, you have to talk to yourself. Sometimes you have to go close the bathroom door and say, if nobody's bleeding or dying, do not bother me, because I need a minute, or there's going to be a problem around here. See, I'm going to be real with you guys. Homeschool is not this wonderful panacea with mommy sitting at the table and the kids sitting around her and everybody's cooperating. That's not homeschool. So if you're thinking, oh, I failed because my kids, they didn't listen or they didn't get all the work in their book, okay. The whole point, even yeah, okay. So when it's all done and said, you take a standardized test, and I have parents that are like, oh my gosh, they're in 5th grade and they're reading on the 3rd grade level. So what? Who made that standard anyway? When parents start saying my child is behind, I'm like, behind what? They're not behind. They're themselves, and they have a process to go through. And so if I'm in 5th grade and I'm reading on a 3rd grade level, that just tells mom, dad, there's some things we need to do. There's some things we need to work on. Do you know it doesn't take 2 years to close a 2-year gap? All it takes is working on, there's little pieces. So you got a student, maybe they're in algebra, and they're not doing well. A lot of times they don't know their multiplication facts. It's stuff that kind of got glazed over. So you just go back and fill some of those holes. And before you know it, they'll be right where they need to be. So stop trying to be on task with your children. You're a 9th grader, so all your books should be 9th grade. Not if you're not ready for 9th grade. because then you're just doing what other schools do, and you're just pushing them on through. And then what happens when they graduate? They're not ready. And we're wondering, and listen, as employers, we see what's coming. And these poor children are being just pushed through the system. They don't have what they need to be successful. And now our society has to deal with that. So you're here, you got this, because there's really only two things you need to homeschool. Whatever is speaking to your heart, to your head right now, I speak this to that. There are only two things you need to homeschool successfully. One, the desire to see your children thrive academically. Two, the will to do whatever that takes. That's all you need. You don't need a degree. You don't need to have done well in your academics when you were growing up. You need none of that. In fact, there are going to be things you learned that you didn't understand when you went through the first time. And you'll be teaching it. You'll be like a day ahead. And when they ask the question that you can't answer, you'll say, "Oh, well, let's put that away for now." and you work on it. You go ask somebody. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. So I'm like pulling the covers off, so you guys don't have this idea of what the world has out there about what homeschooling is. It's like a third grader going to college, or something like that. Not necessarily so. Each child is so unique and so different. When I point to you, I need you to say that phrase we just talked about. Oh my gosh, that was so weak. Let's try that. You got this. Yes. I love it. I love it. All right, let's see. Where are we? So the other thing I want to say is you are the right one for the job. As women in particular, we tend, and I bet you men do this too, we tend to look at other people and we compare ourselves. Oh, well, Susie, she does, and she's so organized, and she has a schedule, and and I'm this butterfly over here. I'm trying to figure out what day it is, and did we do math today? And Susie's better. Guess what? I have a secret to tell you. God gave your children to you, knowing every flaw you have, and He gave them to you anyway. Why? Because some of your flaws are part of their learning. Some of your flaws are things that is going to help them to say, you know what, when I have kids, maybe I won't do it like mommy did it. Or maybe they'll learn patience. Or maybe it's for whatever purpose God has. He knows why He gave them you. Stop trying to be somebody else. You're messing up the plan. He needs your children to be you. If you don't run around and do 20 million field trips and have this organized school room and desks and all that, that's not what your children need. Yes. Oh. Like, that's not what they need. You are the right one for the job with the flaws and the gifts. And if you could really get that, you would give yourself a pass, because guess what? I learned how to apologize really well homeschooling. And in our culture, back in the day, adults did not apologize to children. Y'all know what I'm talking about? So I'd do something, it wasn't right or it wasn't unkind, and the kids would say something, I'd be like, who are you talking to? I'm the adult in this house. You do what I say. Until I learned that's not right. Until I learned when I'm wrong, I need to fess up. Because guess what I'm doing? I'm teaching them. So even flaws are great. Because when you mess up and you learn how to ask for forgiveness and you restore, You help them, as Ms. Vicki, your word, you help them to become more resilient so that they can handle life and not fall apart when they mess up, or because you're teaching them that messing up is just a part of how we do it, and here's how you fix that. So you don't have to be perfect. You just have to be you. And the you are right now is not the you you're going to be when this process is over. Because I know you guys thought this was about your kids. I know you did. You're like, yeah, Johnny really needs a smaller environment. I'm really feeling God's calling us to, be at home together, Yeah. and Johnny's immaturities and personality is rubbing up against you. And sometimes there's fireworks in the house, right? And that's a part of homeschool. That's a part of this process of, people talk about socialization, and there's so much that homeschoolers do now. I'm sorry for you guys, because it's overwhelming. Back in the day, for me, it was maybe 5 things you could do, and maybe only 3 of them I did. Now you guys are trying to do 20 things, and you got 5 different kids, and you can't even remember your name some days. You live in your car, and you think you're doing what's really great because you're trying to keep up with somebody else. If you're a single mom, you are going to homeschool differently than somebody who has a partner. And it's okay, because there is this grace that God pours into our lives that comes alongside what we are and what we aren't, and it makes all the difference. So, yeah, now you guys are getting it. You can do it. So you're not just a chauffeur or a maid or a cleaner or a nurse or a cook or tired or overwhelmed. We spend a lot of time feeling like that, don't we, as parents? Kids feel like a burden. And Lanissa really helped me with this because she has 7 children. And is it okay if I tell? Okay. And Lanissa and Lorenzo were infertile for many years when they got married. And then somehow she prayed and prayed and prayed and cried and cried and cried. And somehow God opened her womb. And 7 children came into this earth. Isn't that amazing? But there was a day when Lanissa was like, God, all these kids. It's too much work. And she said, the Holy Spirit said to her, wait a minute. Isn't this what you prayed and cried for? Well, I gave it to you. And so now she has a curriculum called Joyful Mom, because and whenever I see her on Facebook, wherever she's dealing with her kids, it's always in peace. You can tell she has decided that this is what God has given, and I'm going to be happy about it. And so many of us, our kids are our hard place. Our kids are, oh Lord, it's time to go home to Johnny. Or Johnny's coming back from grandma's. Oh God. Homeschool will help you to begin to develop a relationship that you guys will enjoy being with each other. I had 17-year-olders in my house. I had to learn this over time, who were asking me to go to the movies with their friends. Now, I don't want to go to the movies with no 17-year-olders. But the fact that they asked, I went. And so I had to learn some things, like when you start raising your voice, and I'm just telling you guys all my flaws, because I want you to know it's okay. It's okay. I used to be a yeller. And because I was afraid of being out of control. And so I realized that yelling was pull it together. Come on, do what I said. And so I began to understand that when I started yelling, my kids had the right to focus on my yelling and not on their stuff. So God is trying to work through their hearts. He's trying to get them to learn to, not lie or be obedient about this or be kind. And I'm over here, and they're saying, Mommy is so mean. They're not even thinking about what they did. But when I was able to begin to lower my voice and be still, and sometimes wait, see things and just wait until the right time, God began, it gave him space to work on their heart. And when you move out of the way, parents, and you allow Jesus to be in the presence in your home, your children are in the presence of the Lord. And who cannot be changed in his presence? So we think this is about academics. It's so much more. This is about heart and life. In some ways, academics is almost secondary, because at the end of the day, if my son is a doctor, but he's a liar and a cheat, he's a shame to me. And his ability to have gotten that doctor's degree means nothing. That's right. Homeschool is just another form of discipleship. And that's why we don't bash public school or private school. Some parents will homeschool one child and they'll public school another. This is just a way to disciple. So other people can find other ways to do that. But it's very good at connecting parents with children. I don't think any parent in here doesn't want to have a better relationship with their child. I don't think there's any parent in here that doesn't want them to be the one your child comes to when they're having a problem or when they're hurting, that they're not having to go outside, that they actually come to mom or dad to talk about hard stuff, embarrassing stuff, because you're learning how to allow Jesus to be in the midst of your home. And so the person you are when you start this process, that's why people say, but I'm not prepared to homeschool. It's okay, because you're going to grow. And so you thought this was about them? It's as much about you. Because the Anita that I am standing here before you today is directly connected to my committing myself to my children and my husband in our home. And God humbled me in so many ways. I had to be honest about my stuff. I had to let the children have a place where they had something to say. Again, my background, adults lead, children follow. But as they're getting into those high school years, there are things that, and even younger, there are things they're trying to tell you, but you don't hear them. They're telling you, if you think back, they've asked you, can I do blah, 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 blah? And you simply said, no. That's where I was. I was tired. I'm trying to keep up with 3 kids and my husband and ministry and all that stuff. And so they would ask me stuff and it would be no. And then finally one day the Lord said, why is that a no? And I had to think about that. Yeah, why is that a no? And so I had to shift my mindset, and I had to say, anything I can say yes to, I'm going to say yes, because there's enough no's in this world. So I'm going to be a mom who can say yes every time I can. Those are the things that start opening up relationship. That makes it so your child does not want to go in their room and close the door and their own world. That makes them want to spend time with you. Yes, teenagers have that where they're learning how to become independent. But there still is a place where relationship with parents is a beautiful thing. And you can have that. All right, let's see. Let me keep track of the time. So I want you to start looking at yourself as an encourager, as an overcomer, as a champion, as an advocate, because that is what you are. You're already it. Now you just got to walk it out. And so I'm hopeful that by the time we finish, you will have an opportunity to find those 2 or 3 things that God is saying to you, this is for you this year. Let's go ahead and work on that. What you think? Yeah? You got this. Thank you.
Always forget about these masks. It's amazing how comfortable you get with them, and then you hate them at the same time, right? Okay. As usual, awesome message from Anita. She just speaks to my heart continually. Even after 22 years of homeschooling, you're always learning. God always brings people into your life to edify you, to just kind of help you along the journey. And so Anita has been that in my life. And so I praise God for her. So we will go ahead and it looks like we're now at the point of a break, which if you would be so led to consider going to the vendor hall. We have, it looks like we're a little bit ahead of time. Am I correct? It looks like we're supposed to start at 10. So we got 6 minutes. We're doing good when we're ahead, right? We'll take those 6 minutes, right? So from now until 10:15 will be our break. And you can, restrooms are, we have people that can direct the restrooms to where those are, as well as the vendor hall is in room 224. Right. So when you come out, exit out these doors, and you make a left past the table where you checked in, you just keep straight, like just keep going down the hallway there, and you'll be able to get to 224 and 226. And then once that break is over, we will start with our first session. So everyone has access to the agenda and your swag bag if you didn't pull it up online. And so the rooms have been established for each one. And so we have How to Homeschool with Lanissa James, How to Homeschool 101. That's going to be a powerful session. All of these are going to be awesome. So it's going to be hard to choose. I know it always is. And then we have Getting Your Teen on Your Team with Miss Vicki Tillman, who is an incredible speaker. Incredible website, Seven Sisters. I know she'll share that information, but I just want to shout her out. And athletics program overview and orientation, Nicole McNeil. Okay, so we will meet back here. Then it looks like it's going to be a bit. We're going to be busy today, y'all. That's what I said. Y'all ready? Okay. All right. Thank you all so much.
There it is. Hey, everyone, please enjoy. But I just want to have a quick announcement. When you all finish your sessions and you come back here to the main stage, praise God, we're a little busting at the seams, which is a blessing, okay? I just want to let everybody know that not only will we have this room open, we will have conference room 2 right across the hall open also. So don't worry if you come back in, you can't find a seat. We have comfortable accommodations across the hall. Just want to let you know. Thank you. Enjoy.
not as
Hello and welcome to Homeschooling. You got this. So it's break time. We're going into our breakout sessions, and now I want to take you over to see our vendors. There's so many things that can help you with your homeschool experience, and so we want to introduce you to some people who can make a difference in that. So, family, you ready? This is going to be a great day. You're going to learn so much, and you're going to really want to walk into homeschooling in a different way while you let God lead you. So follow me, and we're going to walk over to the vending room, okay? All right, so hoping that you're enjoying it all. I hope that you have a schedule in front of you and that you know what breakout sessions we're about to walk into. But as we take a break, once again, I'm going to let you know that we're going to go visit our vendors. Let's go. Well, might as well show you everything. This is our registration table. You just heard the dynamic words of the director of the SHABACH Homeschool Program, none other than Anita Gibson. Hello! Wasn't she amazing? She was amazing. My children are old, and I still want to take them back home so I can homeschool them. So, of course, we're in the ministry center of First Baptist Church of Glenarden International. And as we walk down the hall, we left the conference room, and now we're going to rooms 224. And guess what? It's going to be popping with vendors who have everything that you need for your homeschool experience. Here we go. So first, take a look. It's popping, right? Everything that you need for your homeschool experience. So we're going to start here first. Hi, ladies. We're live. How y'all doing? So introduce yourself to the audience.
Hi, I'm Edith Franklin. I'm Brittany Williams, and we are Franklin Homeschool Services. We provide consulting services for homeschool families. We are also creating a website, a homeschool portfolio website, so that people can do all their portfolio stuff in one website. And so,
What a tool. Didn't I tell you when we come in here, we're going to have all the tools for you? So what we want you to do is we want you to see their information, okay? Because we want you to reach out to Franklin Homeschool Services. You hear me?
yes,
As you're starting your homeschool journey. So, ladies, thank you so much for being with us today. We'll probably be back to learn some more later on, okay? Thank you so much. We're going to move on, Sam. They're busy right here. Okay? But as you can see, that's Beltway Montessori Children's House. Yes, okay? I think we might have a moment to talk to them, okay? So what they work on is homeschool tutoring in Prince George's County, okay? Right where we are. So, you know what, we're gonna keep moving because she's busy. Let's go. Everyone here is busy, so let's move. Okay. We're gonna come is Trina Cares, LLC. After, once they're finished with potential clients, we'll keep it moving. It's just so easy. Don't you love this? Okay. Toy store and play space. Hi, we're live today on Facebook and YouTube talking to potential homeschoolers because we're teaching them homeschooling. You got this. So would you introduce yourself?
Yes, we're having a lot of fun. My brand name is Tutoring. We teach bilingual story times.
Bilingual story times. Did you hear that?
Yeah, 4 languages.
In 4 languages.
Handiwork, we have handiwork classes like knitting, crochet,
watercolor painting,
clay modeling.
clay modeling. Okay, Faye, are you getting this? So it's toy store and play space. They offer beginner handiwork lessons and bilingual storytime sessions in 4 languages. How dope is that? Okay, you have to reach out to her. Do you see her information? We're zooming in so you can see how to reach out to her. Yeah.
Free face painting. We have a grand opening on August, and we have free face painting on campus.
So family, they have a grand opening. Guess what? The timing is perfect because it's August 1st, which is Monday at 4 o'clock. Are you happy on your calendar? Monday. August 1st at 4 o'clock. Check it out. How dope is this? Okay, so we're giving you so much information. We'll be back. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, we're going to keep it moving. They're busy. See? I told you this place was popping. Homeschooling, you got this? We're excited about it. We can come back. So guess what? We're going to come back here. So now we're back at Beltway Montessori Children's House. Hi, we're live on Facebook and we're live on YouTube. Would you introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, I'm Kristen Murray with Beltway Montessori. We're located in Greenbelt, Maryland. Our primary program is a drop-off tutorial for kids aged kindergarten through 6th grade this year. And we also have a parent-child filter class for kids under 5 where our primary directress will help you structure your home environment to promote independence for your child.
How cool is that? They're going to help you structure your home, okay? Because you're probably like, how am I going to do this? How am I going to set it up? Ta-da! Your help is here. And I absolutely love that. So let's get her information, family, so you can reach out to her. You see her website. You see her email address and everything because she is an expert in this. Oh, look at this.
This is a ziggurat that we were studying in ancient Mesopotamia. And every single child in our co-op, kindergarten through 6th grade, was around the table building this together. And then they did designs on it, and everyone was learning about it at a different level. And so even my kindergartners would come back and say, oh, that's a ziggurat. Those were the most ornate. I'm like, oh, you know the word ornate. That they just learned from each other. And this was honestly the second to last day of school. I was like, let's go to the park. And they're like, no, we're not finished yet.
Okay. We love that commitment that you're instilling in them.
We plant seeds, and they take it. They take it, and they're so
They plant seeds, and then the children take it, so they can grow and develop. Cool, right? I'm telling you. So with the help of Beltway Montessori Children's House, homeschooling, you got this. Okay. All right. So check her out. Run to her website. Okay. Do it now. All right. Thank you so much. So now we're gonna go to the other half of the room. Ooh, child, I'm tired. Y'all tired? Okay, this is what happens when you're old, but that's okay. Come on, let's keep going. So as you can see, this side of the room is also popping. I'm going to take you to the SHABACH Academy part because you know they're one of the presenters. So you know I'm a little biased. You see my shirt? I'm a little biased, okay? Oh, it's over here. SHABACH Academy, of course, we are the home of the homeschool program, and we're excited to show you our table here. We have open enrollment going on now, family, so if you want to be a part of a homeschool program that's balanced and tailored just for you, to include you, God, and your child, what's better than that? So SHABACH Christian Academy would love for you to check us out. Let's look at our information. Do you see all of this literature? Do you see it? So we just want to do everything that we can to make sure that your child is well equipped. We're going to walk away so that they can have some quiet time. We'll come back to them. But guess what? We can come over here. Ta-da!
Yes, if I can get this crazy mask off, y'all know. Hi, everyone. I am Natalie Mack, and I'm the owner of Natalie Mack LLC. So I'm an author, a speaker, homeschool consultant, military homeschool consultant, and I'm featuring my new book, 101 Tips for Homeschoolers. It can be purchased on Amazon.
Wow, how cool is that? And you heard her credentials? She's everything, okay? So you need to purchase her book. And you can get it on Amazon. You know you're in there all the time anyway.
Yes. We'll take people right where they need to go.
And tell us who your partner is today.
Yes, definitely. Can't forget my best friend here. This is my husband, Dr. Reverend Roy Mack. Yes, retired Navy, 34 years.
Come on, you see, we love a power couple. Don't you love a power couple? Working together. Okay, so I want you to make sure that you pick up one. You said you need some tips. Guess what? God answered it. You have 101 tips right here. Okay, loving your homeschool experience. So thank you so much, Miss Natalie Mack. Thank you so much. I heard Reverend Mack. Okay, so praise God, bless you guys so much. We'll be back. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, you know our other presenter of this conference is none other than HSLDA. They're making homeschooling possible, okay? They are the queens and the kings of homeschooling, okay? We're just delighted and honored to partner with them to bring this conference to you guys today. So Homeschooling, you got this. We'll probably have to come back and talk to them because they're busy right now. But we're gonna, guess what? We opened it up just for you. So we're on Facebook Live and YouTube Live. Would you please introduce yourself to our audience?
Hi, my name is Catherine. I'm representing HSLDA today. HSLDA stands for Homeschooling Is.
Okay, so as I told you, everything that you need to know can be presented and found by HSLDA, the presenters of today's conference, Homeschooling You Got This, okay? So make sure that you reach out to them, follow them on all your social media platforms. They are who you need to be connected with in order to make sure that you have this, okay? So we're gonna scoot out of here in just a minute. Thank you so much, because I'm tired. And we're gonna go back into the room and get ready for our breakout sessions. So how you feeling? A lot of information, right? We promised you that we would take care of you and make sure that you would know that you have this down pat. So I'm gonna ask you to stand by. We'll be back after this. That's okay. We're good.
First year? Yay! Wonderful. Second year?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, you're still here. Awesome. So how long have you been homeschooling?
My first year was
First year. Awesome. That's exciting. First year. Anybody more than 1 year homeschooling? All right. Well, this is very, very exciting.
You're in for a treat because what I want to do is I want to introduce you to so many different options to home education. I bring you greetings from HSLDA, Homeschool Legal Defense Association, and I want you to know that we do have our vending table right outside, and it's there to support you, answering all of those basic questions. And we also have the Maryland Law, and I'll be talking a little bit about some of the handouts we have available. So let's get started. This is the James Party of 9. I want to give you hope. Anita shared a little bit about my story, and when my husband and I got married, we, moved into this house. We were so excited about having children. I had never, ever heard of homeschooling. How many of you guys have in that category? I didn't know anyone. I had never heard of it. And so that was not necessarily on our plate. So along the way, we were in private education, And after believing and trusting God to have a baby, and it was several years, we had our first child, and then 4 years later, we had another child. So our first two children are 4 years apart. So I call that the buying blessing, where I was busy crying to the Lord that we couldn't have a second child. I realized now he was doing us a favor. You see that college bill stack up, you know he's doing you a favor. So the James party of 9. So so my husband, and I want to share this, and this is what I want everyone to hear, how my relationship with HSLDA began. And it began much longer. I've been with HSLDA now for 3.5 years, but it started many years ago, almost 17 years ago, when I first started homeschooling, because my husband had one question: is this legal? Don't have the police at my door. Was his exact words. Now, the funny part about this is that he is the police. I said, well, you are the police. He says, well, don't have my coworkers at my door. He was concerned about me having this conversation with the girl at the park and moving us from $20,000 in private education to $500 in books. You would imagine that, you know, you're kind of happy, sad, you're looking over your shoulder saying, is this possible? Is this possible? And that's how our journey began. And so I reached out to HSLDA. I really wanted to know the foundation of what was going on in home education. HSLDA was around, and I found out that what we were doing was legal. How about that? And that I could homeschool. And so it really, how many of you guys know that when you first started homeschooling, you were dealing with some fear? Yeah. And that it was possible, right? And we didn't have to be looking out the window and afraid, or maybe afraid to have our kids go out, you know, in the middle of the day, right? All kinds of things that maybe people won't say, but it's a big part of home education. So that's kind of how it started. My husband wanted to know if this was legal. He did not want his coworkers at his door, and HSLDA helped ease that. So be sure to visit our booth, because some of these issues are what we call deal breakers. Am I right? Because if you feel like what you're doing is not legal, right? And it is. It's legal in all 50 states. Now, there was a second person that I had to overcome. My mama. How many of you guys have a mama who said, you're going to do what to my grandchildren? When she refers to my children as her grandchildren, that is a sign that you're in trouble. So it was my mom who said, you are going to homeschool? You mean to tell me they're not going to college? And you could hear that silence. So not only did I need to approach the task of home education, but I had to approach it understanding that I needed to do better than what was happening at that $20,000 that we were spending in private education. How many of you guys know what I'm talking about? So that's my story. And so I'm really, really, really grateful that HSLDA was there with resources. And at the time, they helped me with the legal part, understanding that, hey, I didn't have to be fearful that I was doing something legal. Now, the college part was a whole nother issue. That meant that I had to learn. And school is never out for the pro, never, ever out for the pro. And so that's where our journey began. My oldest daughter, I wanted to find out everything that was humanly possible for her to do well in homeschooling. I said, she's going to be a doctor and a lawyer, right? But I heard about how you can do dual enrollment, where you can get an associate degree and a high school diploma at the same time. And I pursued that with passion, and I'll be sharing a little bit about it. So my daughter, who's standing right in front of the Christmas tree, we're all the LJ family. Lastasia, I'm Lanisser, my husband's Lorenzo. She's Lastasia, we call her Star. So Star was the person who was the junior Olympic gymnast. Any sports? You're probably in the other room if you're sports, right? Well, we were sports. My daughter was a junior Olympic gymnast. She was training about 25 hours a week in gymnastics. She went all the way to a level 9 gymnast, and so it took up a lot of our time. I would swoop her up from the private school and get her across to Gaithersburg to gymnastics, and that was our life. And at the time, I had 2 other little kids. Remember, they were 4 years apart, so one was in kindergarten and one was just in the preschool program. I want to give you a snapshot of my life. I would take everybody to school at 8:30. I would sit there and not make sure you don't fall asleep or get distracted, because you got to go back and get the preschool at 11:30. So then I would go back and get the preschool at 11:30, and then I would go back home, but don't get distracted, because you know you got to pick everybody up at 2:30. And so then I would go back at 2:30 and pick everybody up. And my grandmother came to visit me one day, and she spent a week with me, and she said, baby, and I was pregnant with baby number 4. She said, baby, there's got to be a better way. We didn't know anything about homeschooling. So we had a pivotal situation, and I was going to homeschool for 1 year. How many of you guys start off reluctant? Where are my reluctant homeschoolers? So I describe myself as the reluctant to leader homeschool. I started off very reluctant. I was just going to do it for a year and then see what the Lord would bring about over those years. Well, I fell in love with homeschooling. You're going to find out why. So Hslda, she was entering homeschooling, finishing 4th grade, right? And so I thought to myself, I think I'm smarter than a 5th grader, right? But you're not so sure, right? You're not so sure. You see those books. And so, poor Star, how many of you guys know that first child is your practice child? You got to just keep apologizing. I love what Anita said. You just got to just apologize. Just got to apologize. And so she was our practice child, and we figure if she would be okay. And the other ones were so young, we thought we'll figure out what's going to work for this older child. And so we began, and we were very lonely. We have a panel here about socialization, so we're going to be opening up that topic for you today, and I hope that you won't miss it. But I thought, man, we're kind of lonely. And along the way, we found out about a co-op, and it just wasn't a whole lot of socialization. There was not a lot of representation. There weren't people who looked like us, and we were very lonely. And it was my kids who came to me and said, Mommy, we don't have any friends. And I felt convicted at that moment that I should take some of my leadership skills. Now, if you come to the Working Moms panel, you'll hear a little bit about what I do professionally. But I thought, okay, well, and at the same time, the Lord pricked the heart of my pastor, and we started a group, and it's called Calvary Gospel Home Educators. And for the past 10 years here in the state of Maryland, we're out of Southern Maryland, so we're out of Waldorf. We have supported homeschoolers. We have an oversight program. We have a co-op. You know, we're still live in our co-op, and we also have a tutorial program. And this upcoming year, we'll have a what we call an online academy. So I have a flyer for you. And one of the things that I knew that was going to be a part of it was that not only was I going to be helping other homeschoolers, but it also would be a way that my students, my kids, could actually have the socialization and the friendships that they needed in their homeschool. And so over the years, it's been 10 long, beautiful years. We have supported home education. And then from there, I thought, okay, we have socialization, and we had everything in one house. So we had a lunch bunch, our field trips, and because I needed that. You got to know what you need, and I'll talk about know your why. Remember, I was going to gymnastics, and that was 25 hours of our time. So I couldn't run here, there, and everywhere. That one place that I was going to be on Wednesday had to encompass everything that we needed. And so that's what we created at Calvary. And so many people have benefited along the way. Well, I want to fast forward you. Star did turn out okay. She turned out okay. She did do the associate degree. She was working on her associate degree at the College of Southern Maryland. But the thing we did different is that we only took core classes that transferred to her pre-law program at Salisbury University. Because for us, it was going to cost us a lot of money because we were out of county at the community college that we were going to. So we were only taking core classes. Well, those core classes she took the max that she could because, university has max about how many you can transfer. She introduced herself to the dean, and he says, who is this girl who shows up with half my classes done? It's the homeschooler. Do you know that's possible? It was the homeschooler, and it was Star who showed up with half the classes done. That gave her an opportunity to be a intern at the end of her first year. So she was a 3-time intern at the Maryland General Assembly, and it was just so amazing for her to have the experience for year after year, driving from Salisbury to Annapolis and working alongside of a senator. It was just amazing. And it was because of homeschool. It would not have been possible that she would have enough credits, enough exposure, and that the timing, the Lord just lined it up that it would be possible. Oh my gosh, so exciting. Well, so 4 years later, right, my other daughter's coming up. Well, we're standing here on our family beach. This is Taylor's Beach. We're right, it's in Virginia, in Reedville, Virginia. And we're featured in the African American Museum because we are 7th generation owners. This is on my husband's side. And his family were slaves on this property. The Lord. You know it's the Lord. Well, we've been baptizing people on our beach for over 50 years, and we are featured on the community floor at the African American Museum. And so what that meant is that our lives were going to be a little bit different. And we tragically lost both of his parents, and he's the only child. So that meant that my children had to continue the legacy. And so we spent a lot of our time in Virginia. restoring the beach and learning. Now we're farmers. We're farmers. Oh goodness, pray for us. Are you pray for us? Yeah. So, but it becomes part of home education, right? And so you'll hear about how my son is getting construction management credit. But here's what's interesting. Lamari, my second daughter, said she wanted to go into environmental science. I thought, aren't we already doing environmental science? Like, do we need a degree in that? I'm just asking. But when you allow your children to do what they love, they open up. So we were already doing biology on the beach. And so anyway, we presented ourselves to Salisbury University. She's a presidential scholar there. You could imagine the essay that talked about how we're a 30-minute jet ski from Salisbury University at our private beach. Unprecedented. This year, she's headed back next week as an RA. We're so excited and has been consistently on the dean's list. Glory to God. Semester after semester after semester. And it's hard for us in environmental science, So I'm just really excited about all the times that I didn't get convicted about my homeschooling, taking them away. And don't you love those people who troll you and say, is this homeschooling? And so they were there with their great-grandmother. And when they sat down, I just said, go. She called something called sit down. You just go and sit down. And so when people asked, I said, that's history. And then when my daughter was building a strawberry garden, I said, that's botany. And when my son was restoring the steps of his grandmother's beach house, I said, that's construction management 1. And then when he runs around getting the permits, that's construction management 2. So he's rising a junior, and he'll be in construction management 3 coming up. And we're very, very excited for him. So homeschooling gives you the ability to do some things that might be unique to your family. And you have your legacy. You have your story. You have your journey. And so we're not bogged down with a traditional education. We're able to do some things very different. And which brings me to my third daughter. I had 3 girls in a row. LaKayla, who's my graduating senior this year, she's headed to my alma mater, the University of Maryland. She's our art my child is so great in art. But you have to understand, I can't color, cut, and paste anything. You do not want me in your art class. But that's what's nice about homeschooling. You get a hold of great curriculums, and SHABACH will teach you. There are so many curriculums out there. We can support you at Hslda with a whole bunch of curriculums, and we got a hold of a curriculum that really helped LaKayla soar. And we're so excited that she'll be studying marketing and graphic design at the University of Maryland, my alma mater. I told her, don't worry, I won't interrupt her because I have an alumni suite. While you're in the hot dorm, I'll be in the alumni suite. Right, at the party with my pop-up tent with the University of Maryland. Perhaps you could bring some friends over for food, but if you don't come, I'm okay with that too. She's like, Ma, but over $200,000 this past year in merit-based scholarships, and I'll talk a little bit about how that is possible. They love homeschoolers, and here's what my daughter said. My oldest daughter said, Ma, the universities love homeschoolers because we show up at office hours. Because most homeschoolers are comfortable talking to other mamas because mamas have been teaching their class. So they show up and there's nobody at office hours. And my daughter says, we're the only ones that come because we're excited to have an opportunity to talk to the professor. You think about that. And then she also said that college is like homeschooling. She said, you get a 1-hour lecture, a few PowerPoints, and you better be ready for the test. You're home homeschooling, right? Except you're in a college dorm. You got to love that. And so along the way, we learned the benefits. So you heard from Anastasia, Lamari, LaKayla, who's got the scholarship. And then that's Lorenzo on the end. He's my economics and business management. He'll be taking the real estate exam at the earliest possible that he could. Guess what? We can pull out the real estate books and start studying now. He owns too much property not to be a realtor. And he's doing construction management. I'm going to be showing you a couple of pictures. Homeschooling. But more importantly, he's alongside his dad. How many of you guys know that your children need their father? They need their father. And so my husband, who teaches something completely different, right? He came into our co-op and did basketball. He did automotive, taught the kids how to change their oil. He did woodworking, right? He did photography because he runs our photography and videography. And so he did yearbook. But those are the kind of things that they get a chance to do with that. And everybody plays a part in homeschooling. So Lorenzo is our rising junior. And then it's Lanisa, who's standing right next to me. She is rising to 9th grade with high school credit. because you know you can get high school credit in 8th grade, right? If you connect with us, we'll show you how. And so rising and learning some of the things that she loves to do. She's my sewer. You know, she loves sewing. She loves working with her hands. You know, she is definitely a scholar. And so we're really excited about her launch as she steps into high school. And then I have my Leo who's going to middle school who doesn't want to go, but he's excited about being with his friends, right? But he's the computer person, so we can talk about coding and Java, C script, and C++. I can introduce my son. I thought if you can game, you can code. How many of y'all need to tell some of these kids that if you can game, you could code? And then I have my Layla who is in kindergarten. You gotta love it. Nothing goes wrong in kindergarten. My husband got her some high power binoculars. We set up a little bird center right in the back of the house so she can watch the birds. She can tell you about all the Maryland birds, by the way. Okay, and she watches them. Guess what? That's flying creatures. We use the Apology of Flying Creatures curriculum, and she was able to love. How many of you guys want your kids to love education? You want to love learning, and so that is so important that you don't try to do school at home, but that you homeschool and you create an environment that totally works for you. And which brings me to how we got 2 new puppies, okay? And we are the James Party of 11. And so when they're asking us, what are we doing? We call it animal science. Because we didn't have puppies, so we had to learn all about animals. And so people were like, what's going on? All I see you doing is running around chasing dogs. I was like, yeah, it's animal science. And we were featured on NBC News. These are the kids who are standing on Taylor's Beach. And we, in the middle of the pandemic, gave a lot of support to pandemic homeschoolers. So there's so much you can do. And I just wanted to open with that. So when I talk about homeschooling 101, I want your brain to be out of the box about what's possible. This is my daughter painting the back of our beach welcome center down at Taylor's Beach. We're in the process of building a condominium. And when she's painting, that's art. Fine arts. There you go. Right? And then you see they're using woodworking equipment. That's woodworking. It's construction management. And then there's LaKayla, who's down on Taylor's Beach, and we were congratulating her with all the schools, chasing her down, made a decision one day before decision day. And so, of course, we didn't know it was going to be the University of Maryland, but I am plumb pleased that she'll be at my alma mater. You heard me say that we have a team for you. At HSLDA, we have educational consultants, and we have a vast amount of exposure to home education. All of us come from different walks of life. We have different stories to tell. Some of us have 7 kids. Some of us have 6. Some of us have 2. Some of us have 10. You know, but it's just nice because you have a variety. So so we have our special needs department. Dr. Rochelle Somerville runs that department. We have our high school department. Anita Gibson runs that department. And then we have our Tot to Teen, right? Ran by Vicki Tillman. She runs that department. And then we have a team, an array of people who assist with their expertise. We all play a part in home education. So when you call us, you are talking to a homeschool mama. Isn't that good news? Sometimes people call us and they're just crying, and we understand. We're like, hello? I just don't know what I should be doing. And we know what that's like because we've all been there. So we're here to support. So let's talk about this road. We want it to be happy, right? We want this road to homeschooling to be happy. And so I have a method, if you will. First, you have to know your why. You need to make a decision. You cannot be in public school, private school, and homeschool at the same time. You have to put your torch someplace. Does that make sense? And understand what your rights are in the torch that you choose, okay? And knowing your why. The reason why the Jameses are committed to home education is because we really do want to put God first and our family second. That's so important. And then education, because there are days that we really just need to work on character. There's days that we get stuck on our devotional. There's days where we're just processing what's going on in the world and how it affects the future. There's days where they have questions for me. And that's a part of homeschooling. And I love it that I don't have to answer to anybody about those days. And when they lost both of their grandmothers, their grandmother and their grandfather on the same day, can I tell you, it was a pivotal moment where I realized that the Lord had a reason that we were homeschooling. And the years that we had to spend getting ourselves together. And some days are easy and some days are tougher. But I love it that the Lord gave us the space in home education to process, because kids are kids, right? How about your kids needed to process the pandemic, right? Instead of rushing them off, they had questions, and I love how homeschooling gives me the opportunity. So I want you to make a decision. Once you make a decision, get clear goals and get a plan. Get a plan. Anita was so kind to talk a little bit about the book that I recently wrote, because during the pandemic, I thought, what could I give back to the world? And here it is. It's called Mom's Manual, and it's just a strategy of how to pull it all together. I just talk in the beginning about what we do. We have a big family. Listen, we got a big family. Everything we do is big. Okay. So if you got one, you can still use it. But everything from your academic schedule, your meal planning. How many guys know that you're the lunch lady now? It's devastating. How many of you guys know it's devastating? Because if you're not used to, can I get an amen? If you are not used to keeping up with all those meals, you're used to sending them someplace else for breakfast and lunch, and all you do is one meal, I just want you to know you are now doing 3 meals and 2 snacks. And if they stay up too late, you owe them another snack. I tell my kids, you need to go to bed because there's no more food for you today. So we just talk about how to do it, but that's part of the planning, and also the academic and the subjects, and understanding the law here in the state of Maryland, that every subject is weighed equally, right? The 5 core: English, math, science, history, right? Perhaps foreign language, all of those subjects, fine arts, PE. How do you do it? You got this. You can do it, but it's about you figuring out what your why is and what your strategy is. Maybe you work. Don't miss our panel. Maybe you work, and that needs to be inserted. There's nothing in the law that says that you have to do homeschooling from 7 in the morning to 3 at night. I hear those school buses. My kids sleep through those school buses. But I also am cognizant that it makes you think, right? It makes you think that that's how you have to do it, but it's not. My husband used to and he's in law enforcement. He used to work from 3 to 11. When we were in traditional school, he never got a chance to see the kids because he worked from 3 to 11. So when he was available, the kids had school. Do you see what happens? So and I said this in the interview with Anita on her website, is that, we were able to build a relationship with each other. We all had lived in the house. We're celebrating almost 28 years of marriage, but we didn't have a relationship because we were passing each other in the wind. So I want you to know, not only did I get courageous enough to home educate, but I also got courageous enough to change that schedule. How many of you know y'all kids need a schedule change? So I changed the schedule. But I want you to know, get support. And that's what SHABACH is here to do, to give you support in education. That's what Hslda is here to do, to give you support. You are not alone. And all of that equals success. So when we think about homeschooling 101, we have to remember the Department of Education, you want to make sure that you're set up properly. That doesn't mean you have to follow everything. And I'll talk a little bit about what is required, what's the state law. But you also have to consider your homeschool style and your curriculum choices. Someone had come up to me while I was here this morning and said, hey, I just pushed the button and I picked the one that came up in the Google search. Having not even considered what's best for your student. All of those things matter. Well, do they have an IEP? Do they enjoy reading a lot? You get a curriculum that's heavy reading based as opposed to activity. A lot of times it's the parent that picks the wrong curriculum for their child. So let's just talk a little bit about the options. I want you to know that I want you to visit our Hslda desk because we have our Maryland Homeschool Law. And I want you to know there's a couple of ways that you can fulfill the law here in the state of Maryland. Being an expert on this field for the past 10 years at Calvary Gospel, I want you to know that you have options. You can go to the county, right? Portfolio overview. Sit with your superintendent. You can have a church umbrella option, a church exempt school umbrella option, a state approved option. All of those options are available, and we go over all the details in our book. So be sure to go by and get your free copy. And we also have little ed pens over there for you. Oh, they're so cute. Where's the ed pen? Oh my gosh. I have them over there. When you go over to the desk, tell them you want an ed pen. They're so cute. And I hope that it will encourage you to think about your home education. So, oh, there they go. They got them. They got them. They're so cute. Go get the ed pens. We have enough for you all. So make sure you stop by and get an ed pen and say hello. So what type of homeschooler are you? Are you the traditional? Are you classical? Are you Charlotte Mason? Are you the unschooler? Are you eclectic? Are you Montessori? Oh my goodness, it's like alphabet soup. You're like, I don't know what I am, right? And guess what? Sometime in that first year, you don't. You know, you get a referral of a curriculum from a friend, you try something, and you have to make changes, and that's okay. That's totally okay. The key is you figure out what kind of homeschooler you want to do and do it. So here's our situation. We are classical from September, October, November. We are super eclectic in December. We're like unschoolers. We're rebels in December because it takes us 30 days to, to unfold the holiday and to do all the things that we like to do and the travel we like to do. And we're also road schoolers too. So if you want any information about road schooling, my husband brought us a 33-foot Class C bunker house, sleeps 10, and we are on the road. We're headed to Dallas, Texas. Pray for us, y'all. On the road again. And so, but we make education. So we have this little education box, and we're working on penmanship. That's my project across the road. I'm like, y'all penmanship is sloppy. So anyway, we're gonna work on. I got some real fun little things that the kids are gonna be using on the way, and as well as studying the states along the way. And we have the stickers, so we know all the states, the capitals, and all those good things. We know the governors, the senators. We know everything about the states, and we learn more every time we travel. And so, but then January, I'm back classical again. Almost classical, kind of traditional. So January, February, March, April, and then bam, May comes. I'm back eclectic in June, and then I'm unschooled July and August. Guess what? You can decide what works for you. Isn't that wonderful about homeschooling? I want to talk to you a little bit about the teaching methods. The method is totally up to you too. Do you want traditional teaching method, classical? Do you want to use unit studies? Is it going to be interest-based? Is it going to be more eclectic? We're on a beach. We're on the beach, and so zoology, okay? And so we do a lot of interest-based. It was a time where the water was washing up in shore, and there was a high amount of jellyfish. So we did a whole study on why are there so many jellyfish, and what's going on with the jellyfish, and that's interest-based. So you can come up with the things that interest your student, and guess what? They're going to love to learn. There are also different teaching options. Listen, you don't have to teach every class. I'm so glad my friends at BJU Press are here, and they have an amazing online, right? I love having the textbook and the video in front of me. That was totally a game changer when you're able to do things like that in your education, where you can kind of bounce back, right? You're like, hey, I need somebody helping me out here. I'm not as smart. I'm not smarter than a fifth grader. And you don't want your kid to know, right? And so you have this teacher in front of you, but then you have this, the curriculum as well. I love that. So, so that's kind of computer web-based, right? With the curriculum, the parent can teach. You can do a co-op, and maybe Susie's, co-op is cooperative education. She teaches my kid art. I teach her kids science, and then she teaches all of our kids PE. It's cooperative. Everybody puts their hands to the plow, and that's what we have at Calvary. We have what we call a volunteer army of cooperative education. And then there's also online, right? Our HSLDA Online Academy. Maybe you want a teacher online. Online works as well. So that's an option. How about dual enrollment, right? You go on down to that community college. But there's also online dual enrollment, right? And so you don't have to worry about grandma. Of course, that would just be my mama saying, you homeschooling my baby, she's not going to college, okay? So, but that's available to you so they can get college credit. Okay, and that's why when the pandemic hit in 2020, my daughter Hslda was pretty much done. She only had one art class when the pandemic hit in her internship. Why? Because of the dual enrollment. She had already transferred the credits, only 120 credits for the bachelor's degree. Okay, so do see us at HSLDA. We can kind of walk you through this process. How about tutoring? It's okay to get a tutorer. The tutor is not the teacher, she's a tutorer. She's going to help your child in whatever they need, the special need that they may need. Maybe it's math, maybe it's science. You get a private tutor for a limited time. Does that make sense? You have those options as well. Success is waiting for you. So take a look. I want homeschooling to be happy, and take a look at a system that I put together for you guys to consider that. Elementary from K to 5, think about what's important. Grounded in traditions. What are the traditions for your family? For me and my house, we will serve the Lord. And so it's a tradition. And so we make it a tradition. Individualized education. I have two sons who saw speech pathology. I'm so grateful that, we had telehealth. We went to Children's Hospital for about a 4-year period for my son. We're working now with my younger son. And it's just amazing how I can incorporate that into his language classes, right? And it's so funny. I got to tell you a funny story. I know they're recording online, but this was funny. So we were going to see the speech pathologist at Children's Hospital, and she'll say, "So, LJ, did you guys do any schoolwork today?" Now, mind you, we had to be all the way in Laurel at 11 o'clock, so we didn't start our school early, right? And my son would say, "No, we didn't do a thing today. All I had was breakfast." And that's what he used to tell this people. And, they're taking notes. And it was so funny. He was telling the truth. But what he didn't know to say was, we do our school in the afternoon. And so later, once the doctor had an opportunity to have the courage to mention to me, "Is everything okay?" I explained to her, and it was so funny. And I explained to LJ. And so my kids know how to talk about homeschooling and home education. Sometimes you have to train your kids, right? Because your kids are dealing with fear too. So to help them understand how school works, okay? So how about intentional relationships? Don't miss our socialization panel. You know what? Do we want our kids to be in a crowd, or do we want them to have individual relationship with like-minded individuals? Families who are like-minded, right? And if you had 5 girls, you would be looking for families to, be the husbands of your children too, right? You'd be looking. You're like, don't talk to them. I know their family or whatever, But you want to make sure that you're intentional about these relationships. And that's what's nice about a conference like this. We can get around like-minded people who care about home education. And so that's part of it. And then selected extracurricular activities. When we were in gymnastics, that's all we did. But some of the other kids, they explored different sports. My son did soccer, he did basketball. Those are options for you as well, where you can explore different types of extracurricular activity. Okay, there's so many great ones out there. And then celebrating milestones. We love celebrating the graduation from kindergarten to elementary school. Don't forget these things, even if it's something in your home. This is what makes homeschooling fun. And then celebrating, like my son who went to 6th grade. Leo's now in 6th grade. So we had a graduation celebration at Calvary for everyone who was rising out of kindergarten, rising out of 5th grade, going to middle school, and rising into high school, right? And of course, we had our culmination, which was our senior class of 2022. But you understand, these are milestones. Don't miss them. And I think those are when the times your kids say, "I'm lonely," or "I don't like homeschooling." It's because what they're really trying to say to you is that they're missing the milestones. And of course, if you're connected to this Maryland community, Prince George's County, we have the most amazing homeschool community of very talented people. There are proms going on. There are field trips going on. There are plenty of things going on that you can jump on board. Don't overlook these things, because where it may not be important to you, it could be important to your children. And we'll talk a little bit about that. So once we have that model, and then you're preparing your 4th and 5th graders for middle school and other specialized attention that they may need, you now have a formula, if you will, for happy education. Let's talk about middle school. Everything I just said, add your teen enrichment, right? It's tough for our kids. Our kids are in a war. They're in a war right now. They need apologetics. They need to learn how to rightly defend their faith. And it's a big part of education today. And so get the teen enrichment that they need. And then, of course, my husband, whose background is in narcotics, we make sure that that is a part of their education, understanding what's going on in the world. Enrichment, how to pick good friends, why it's important. We can go on and on. We got a whole curriculum on that. And sometimes it's eclectic, right? You have resources because as you've taught something, talked about something along the way. You've gone to homeschool conferences. You get an arsonage, if you will. Right now we're talking about the importance of having your identity in Christ Jesus. We're doing a whole study on that from a friend's book, and doing devotionals. Just all kinds of great things that you can make unique to your student. And of course, don't forget to prepare your middle schooler for high school, college prep, right? Making sure you're getting that high school credit in 8th grade if they're, a rigorous academic student. Those kinds of things, which brings me to high school. Don't you love high school? We have 5 drivers in our house. I just want you to know you're going to be all right. People are like, oh, girl, I don't know how you did it. I'm just going to come for you. I said, y'all about 10 years too late. Now I got drivers, I got cooks, I got cleaners, I got all kinds of stuff. I just get up, step out, and walk on out. I said, don't come for me now. Those babies are now cutting the grass. You understand? You understand what I'm saying? They're cooking. I'm losing my cook. My daughter's going back to school. Mari's the most amazing cook. We're all going to be starving when she leaves, okay? I even have hairdressers. You got it? LaKayla, she's my hairstylist, okay? She's got everybody's hair done, okay? I'm going to lose my hairstylist. They're like, we're all going to the University of Maryland for our hair appointments. I said, go where you got to go. Go where you have to go. And so, but the children will rise up and call you blessed, is what the word says. They will rise up and call you blessed. And so where you're starting is not where you're going. So be encouraged, right? The word says that children are the heritage of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. Blessed is what the word said. Blessed are those. They're like arrows in your hand. You're like a warrior because he has blessed you with children. Does that make sense? So don't forget that. And then when you think about homeschooling, don't forget to be well-rounded, right? Understanding transcripts and testing and extracurricular activity, your plan for higher education, be well-rounded. It's not just the books and the paper. Do you have a plan for higher education? What's the plan? Do you have a college prep plan? Do you understand the rules to dual enrollment? Do you understand what it takes for college admissions? It's never too early to start. It's never too early, because remember, I had to answer to my mom in the very beginning. If you were here in the beginning, these were a part of my initial homeschool decision 101. There are other options. Don't forget about the workforce. Every kid's not going to college, and college is not for every kid. And it's okay. The workforce, trades, apprenticeships, internships, there are a lot of people would love your kid to come over to their shop for 2 hours and sweep the floor to learn how to be a better barber. They're going to glean something. It's not always what's taught. It's what's caught. So pay attention to those. So there you have it. You have a road to homeschool success. You're making a decision. You got clear goals. You have a plan. You understand the importance of support, not going it alone. All of it equals success. So I have just a few minutes to give you a little bonus. Let me hear you say bonus. Let's not forget to talk about the personalities. God has such a sense of humor. His humor is better than his wrath, and he has allowed you to birth your opposite. Praise ye the Lord. Right? It is so true. And so being an expert in personality types, I've been working with the Myers-Briggs type indicator for 20 years now. It's 20 plus years. And I know the conflict between an introvert and an extrovert. You know, the extroverted mom, she wants to gather everybody up. Let's go. You're like Mrs. Frizzle on the bus, right? Magic school bus. And you can't understand why your introverted child doesn't want to go. They don't want to participate. They're like, no, right? I don't want to do that. And you think, what's wrong with you? Something's wrong with you. I have several very, very clear introverts in my house. And let me tell you what I said to Lamari. This was funny. Oops. Let me say what I said to Lamari. She said, Ma, I don't know if I could be an RA. I said, oh, honey, just learn the art of asking questions. She had 6 people who interviewed her for the RA position. I said, Mari, 6 people? How did you do it? They all had questions. She said, Ma, it was a room full of extroverts. I asked a question and they all got to talking. She said, I saved my energy because they all got to talking. Hang on, I'm going to stop. This is starting again. And so I want you to know that even when you have extroverted children, they can be introverted children. They can be successful. And the best thing we can do is not make them feel like something's wrong with them. Does that make sense? And then the other conflict, and I wanted to share this thing before I close. And I could talk about all the types, but I have to talk about the thinker versus the feeler. My mom was a clear thinker. You understand? She's a single mom. I'm from New Jersey, and she did what she had to do to get 2 kids through college. And all I really wanted was a hug. Did you catch that? And so For years, she's a certified practitioner in Myers-Briggs. We were able to resolve our relationship in so many ways. She's like my bestest friend in the whole wide world. But we understand each other, but we're very much opposites, right? She's like, bam, 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 get it done, right? And I'm like, Ma, I think we should give people hugs when they get in. But can you see you having a little kid? And I have some who come downstairs in the morning and, whereas you have everything lined up and you're ready to go, they need a hug. Add a pandemic in the middle of it, and it's a recipe for a crisis. Do you see how understanding personalities in this bonus part is a big part? And the last one is the judger and the perceiver, and this has nothing to do with the traditional definitions of the word, but the person who can take a plan, execute it, they go from left to right, A to Z, right? Straight down, versus the other one who's more spontaneous, right? And they take detours, and you think, hey, it's something wrong with you because you can't do X to Y in 2 seconds flat. Do you see what happens? So as a parent, you also need to understand your personality and the personality of your kid, because prior to home education, they were gone 8 to 10 hours. The relationship wasn't there. Am I right? Kids are gone from their parents 8 to 10 hours. Think about that. And while you're thinking, consider our HSLDA Online Academy. There's so many places that you can take classes, and we support you. Take a look. AP courses at the Online Academy. What the academy average is versus the global average, they're doing a phenomenal job on their AP classes in terms of helping kids score the 4 or 5 they need, right? In order to make sure that class transfers. Take a look. This is from 2022, the scores versus the global average. And homeschoolers do well. They can do well. And there is support for you. Here's a discount code if you decide you want to take a class at the Online Academy. Again, our Online Academy classes are geared to middle and high school students, just so you know. But there is an array of classes available to you. And I also don't want to forget to remind you that we're here for you. You've got this. You got this. And as HSLDA as HSLDA educational consultants, we're here to support you. You are not alone. We have resources, how to develop a high school plan. Carla will be up later today to talk about how to develop a high school plan. Record keeping, we have ebooks. We have customized transcripts, right? You can use our transcript service. We offer transcript reviews. We have diplomas on our website, a customized plan. Our theme at HSLDA is education, is knowledge, nurturing, and networking. That's our theme. And we're here to support you along the way. And if you get a chance to visit our booth, you'll get a chance to see all of the services that we provide. Educational consulting, resources, legal answers, lobby and presence, a community of homeschoolers. We help you save time and money. So like I said before, any question, anytime, anything homeschool, members get trusted resources for just 35 cents a day. Do be sure to visit the booth, and I also left my cards at the booth as well, so if you decide to join and you just want to start in the high school office, call me. Tuesday and Friday morning is the secret to catch me when I'm not on travel, okay? So God bless you, and thank you so much for being here. God bless you. Also, there's 7 simple steps to starting homeschool brochure at our desk as well. Go pick that up, and don't forget your ed pin. Yay! So I believe we're on a break now, so I'm going to just take liberty to let you know we're on a break. The vendors are available until 11:15. I'll be able to answer any individual questions. Thank you so much for being here. I'll see you back at 11:15 for the Working Moms panel. Dr. Rochelle Somerville will be teaching curriculum basics at 11:15 in break room 1, and then they're having the athletic program partnering for success. Thanks for being here.
So we just Victor and see what's going on here, and then we will talk to some people. You ready?
Ready. Let's go.
Ready, let's go. You following me? So therefore, so take a look at everyone on break. Yeah, I think families are excited about talking to Miss James and learn so much from her. So they're waiting to talk information is a personal experience. In here, we still have snacks before you know it'll be lunchtime. Okay? And so once again, we're passing the registration table. They have everyone in the house. So that's what they do here. I'm going to the this is Yolanda Stanton. Say hi to the family. Who are you all?
I'm Yolanda, the director for SHABACH Christian Learning Center. Been in SHABACH for 20 years, so I'm like kind of all SHABACH also. A great time here today. We are doing it, and so wish you all were here.
Love her, and she has such a personality. So we're gonna keep walking. As you can see, we have children that are interested in the program. We do want to shout out First Baptist Church of Glen Arden. I want you to know that we're back in person worship services for those who desire to go home. And we're walking. We're going back to the vendor room. But before we check, I want you to see our curriculum tables. Are you ready for this? We have donated. Did you hear that? Donated. They're gently used curriculum. They're here. Books, curriculum. And everything that you would, isn't this just cute? You gotta love this. Who doesn't want this? For you to take all of your notes. No problem at all. See, look at them. They have just stuff. You just love it. Just everything. Hi, how are you? And see, so check out the table. Check out everyone that's walking session to the next session. We're all excited about all that's going on. So come on, we're gonna walk all out. Just tables and tables. Algebra, SAT prep, first chart and games, professional practices, physics, elementary school, high school, health, chemistry. And we're not finished. Look, even flags, box for you to keep on schedule, marbles, art. That's right. And this goes on. Look, say something hi to that. You guys on Facebook and on YouTube. So we're gonna keep it. Tell them who you are. I work here at SHABACH Christian Academy Homeschool. I'm a back instructor for elementary. And she's amazing. Ladies and gentlemen. That was Ebony. Okay, now I want you to introduce yourself to us. Sure. You can. Facebook and YouTube.
I am Sapora. Hi, I am Cassandra. And we are here enjoying all the information, knowledge, wisdom, books, curriculum. This is the place to be. Yes, we are home. Mm-hmm. So excited. Yes. Homeschooling is the way to go.
Yes, it is. You heard it here. Homeschooling is the way to go. Okay, also here, if you want to because, you know, we went to a shout to be ready to come into and for we have an Adventure Express kit. We have puzzles. We have board games. Because it's everything you use to expand your child's education. So, I'm tired of just what that seems to be the mantra here. Okay, we're going to now go back into the vendor room in here. Okay? Literally, what's crunchy? And so, specialize in popcorn. So, a lot of times you need munchies and you need snacks when you're homeschooling, right? You can order from, you can have for parties. You can have treats for your children. How to contact them. They're on Facebook, they're on Instagram, and they have a website. Something that you need to make homeschooling fun for your child. The lights are blinking, so guess what? Bring us with great things in store for you. So you stay by, and we'll be back. I thought you needed
All right, can everyone hear me? Okay. I thought it was supposed to be somebody else. I'm just check. Okay, all right. Well, yeah, that's true. Okay, thank you all so much. I hope you've been blessed so far with the workshops and the opening session. I know we were all blessed with Miss Anita's words of encouragement and realness about it, the homeschooling journey. So we are going to go ahead and get started with the Working Homeschool Mom panel. And so we may have another. Oh, okay. So we're rolling here then. So it's another one, but we can do this. We got 3 of us. So, okay. So when you say working homeschool mom, I go, say what? Like, do those even go together? Do they even go together? And some will say, oh, you're crazy. How in the world can you do it? I will say that after 20 years of completely homeschooling, after having stopped private practice as a therapist to homeschool for 20 years, I went back to work. I started a business as a jewelry consultant. I also started working part-time about 2 years later with Hslda, which I love, and I also now have Natalie Mack LLC. So we are really, really busy at my house, but I'm not going to say that I'm only one busy. These ladies have totally completely different journeys, a little similarity with Lanissa and I of Hslda, but I'll let them tell their story. So, but homeschooling is a lifestyle. I say that all the time. 22 years, it's a lifestyle. If it's not, it just doesn't seem like it would work, because it's all about learning constantly and bonding with your kids and family time. And it all goes together into this incredible lifestyle, really, quite honestly. So, but we know working is all encompassing as well, and it can be, right? You have to set those boundaries. So I want to go ahead and present not only myself on the panel, but Lanissa James and Vicki Tillman. And so I want to start with asking the ladies, actually, what are they working? What is their business? What do they want to share about themselves in that? Lanissa?
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Natalie. And I want to encourage you before you hear our stories is that all of us work when you think about it. Every mama works, because what it takes to run a household is a full-time job. How many of you guys know what I'm saying? Make sure there's groceries, make sure there's meals, make sure there's a meal plan, make sure the laundry, and blah, 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 blah. But then if you also serve in your church, maybe you volunteer. So now how about your kids do sports? Well, you're working, because now you actually have an Uber job and you don't know it. But you're working, and so there's an aspect of it. And I think sometimes when you hear a little bit about what we do, we think, oh, I couldn't do that. It's just, as a mama, you're always doing something. Does that make sense? So what I do is a little bit different. I am the mom of 7, and prior to me having any kids, I was an independent contractor with a major cosmetic company. And I have to bring greetings to one of your senior pastors, one of your pastors here, Reverend Linda Johnson Thomas. I call her LJT. She was the person who mentored me in business. I had no children at the time, and so I love Linda, and I'm so excited to be at her home here at SHABACH and First Baptist of Glenard. But I didn't have children. I just had a dream of having children. You heard Anita tell my story. We were dealing with infertility. I don't think I had thought about what I was going to do, whether or not we were going to be a 2-income household or 1. But we did make a decision to own a home here in Prince George's County, and we happen to live in a county that, really on most occasions acquires 2 incomes, right? And so along the way, when I started homeschooling, I pivoted into homeschooling. My husband was concerned about, oh, I don't want this to affect your business. Are you sure? But we were spending $20,000 in private education. But I figured while they do what they do during the day, I'm going to homeschool my kids. So, and most of my business was in the evening. And can I just tell you how shocked people were, my friends and our business, when they heard that I was not going to be sending my kids to school anymore? So that's just kind of flipped. That's kind of how I stumbled into homeschooling. I have 30 years in direct sales, and I lead a very large organization. And so as the leader, as the director of that group, I made a decision that I was going to home educate my kids, and I was going to adjust my day in the middle of the day. And that while everybody did whatever they were doing during the day, I was going to have my babies at home. Because remember, if you were in my class earlier, I would take everybody to school at 8:30, come back and pick up the preschoolers at 11:30, then go back and pick up everybody at 2:30. My day was eaten up in the car. So when we start home educating, I actually had more time. So while the kids rested in, I now have prime time. You know, I'm the 5 o'clock club woman, but I love 5 o'clock club. But it's not for everybody doesn't love that club. Don't make you love that club if you don't love it. I'm not trying to make you love it. But like my grandmother said, you live long enough, you're going to get up early. And the longer you live, the earlier you'll get up. And so that's what we did. So that was one plate spinning. Okay. But then I kept having children. Yeah. And so, you know, I went from 4 kids to 7. Well, can we count that as a job too, please? Do you want to know about what it's like to do laundry for 9 people and 2 puppies? You don't, okay? You see my RV over at the laundromat because we do it in 2 hours at one pop because it's that chaotic, right? And please don't take all of the Jameses to the Chick-fil-A, okay? We are spending way too much. They're overwhelmed when they get the order, okay? So now we got the independent business at our work. We got all the children. And along the way, the ministry started. So we run a ministry at Calvary Gospel. We have over 300 homeschoolers in our ministry. Over the past 10 years, we've helped thousands. I've had the privilege of seeing all of these transcripts coming from the public school and the private school. Seeing it all. We know what's going on. We have the files in our office. And so we're a nonprofit. You know, everybody's a volunteer army, but it's still a form of work, right? So now we have that plate spinning, right? Okay, it's not necessarily a for-profit, but it's spinning. And along the way, HSLDA shows up. Now, I had not worked outside the house in 26 years, so I thought, no, I'm unemployable. You understand? My mom was like, oh, it's what you do already for the church. You might as well do it for HSLDA. And I'm like, well, I don't know. But along the way, 2 mornings, I am live on the lines for HSLDA. I love it. I love working with people nationwide. And guess what? God blesses you. Can I tell you how much we know about homeschooling by being a blessing to others? Listen, you can't outdo God. You can't outdo him. So now I have another plate spinning. Okay. And then along the way, I have my LanissaJames.com. I have a .com website. I have a book that I've launched. I am certified in Myers-Briggs. And those are what I call outliers. How many of you guys heard the term outliers? Things that you can do when you look, you're thinking, how is that possible? I don't know. And that's where the Mom's Manual came out. People say, how do you do it? Well, I just wrote a book, okay? And it's just a plan for you. So that is a lot of plates. And then when my husband brought an RV, well, guess what? We road schooling now, okay? We even had an RV school going. So that's still another plate. You say, well, do you work? Well, now we road school, And so, but I want to talk to you a little bit about peace, and then I'm going to let Vicki tell us about what she's doing. There's so much peace when you're in the will of God for your life. Because now I have 2 in college. I have 1 that's graduated college. I have 2 this year rising in college. And we're so grateful that the privilege of being able to find work that aligns with our household. With 2 in college, and by the way, they're all coming. They're all back to back now. And what that's like. And how it's able to be a helpmate to my husband, who is willing to do whatever it takes, but he never pushed me. He was just, whatever you want to do, honey, whatever you want to do. So that's my story. And yes, we have a lot of plates spinning, and I love them all. I have so much fun. So if you just need some joy in the process, do see me. Okay. I'm a joyful mother of children.
Hey, I'm Vicki Tillman, and I'm so very honored to be here. I was telling the workshop earlier that like 35 years ago, my friend Marilyn and I were in leadership at our local homeschool group, and we took over our first meeting. It was our first meeting. We looked out, and there was all these moms, 1 Asian mom, 1 Hispanic mom, 1 Black mom. And my friend Marilyn looked over at me, and I looked at her and said, something's got to happen here. And so for me to be part of a whole conference where I'm the minority, like, praise God, thank you. So in my homeschool working mom journey is back in the early days, if you were a homeschool mom, if you had a job, it was like you were sitting right next to Satan, So I came to a point, though, having 5 kids, and my husband was suddenly disabled, that something had to happen. And so I can't add, so I couldn't go work at a bank or be a cashier. I can't organize, and so I couldn't go be a secretary somewhere. So I went back to school and got my master's in counseling because it's what I've always done. And so I've worked now for almost 30 years now as a licensed professional counselor, and I love it. It's the best job in the world. And by the way, if any of your teens want to go to college and feel the calling to work in mental health, our culture needs it really badly, and they will never get rich off of that. But if it's a calling, that's what God gave them, and I pray every day God will send more kids into the field. So I brought my kids through the grad school experience. I did it by distance. I was in Liberty University's first online distance graduating class. I was the first licensed professional counselor in Delaware that did their education by distance. So boy, did we have some pace setting to do there. There's all kind of hoops to go through. It was just a necessity. And so I think, like, Lanacere, you have a joy that God has given you, and you learned your joy. And I think the gifts that God gave me to get me through the rigors of grad school and then being a working mom is He gave me a scripture. And as I've learned in all things wherewith to be content. And if I had a magic wand, I would have waved it and been a millionaire. And, but that's not what happened. And what He gave me was contentment in the things He gave me to do. And when you're content, you can do all things because Christ is strengthening you. And so, for those of us who have the blessing of being working homeschool parents, what we find is, like Lanacere, as everything comes, it's not just a job that makes money. It's service work, and it's multiple kids, and it's homeschooling, because when you do, God gives you more to do. Have you noticed that? And so, as our homeschool community grew up in the northern, like we're in the corner of Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania, so we had that pool of homeschoolers, and we needed an umbrella school in the area. Well, some fools got to do it, so guess who got to do it? So co-ops and umbrella schools and state representation there in Delaware to go and be the delegates to talk to all the representatives. We call it Cookie Day. We take all of them cookies and say homeschooling works. That's with the HSLDA. Do you remember those days? We'd have HSLDA cookie days. Anyway, what God does is, if you watch and if you trust Him, He will give you lots to do. And He will also train you not to compare yourself to anybody else. And so we cannot compare ourselves to anybody, because God's plan for each of us is unique. And mine looks different, and everyone's looks different. And so we got the opportunity to do umbrella schools and, of course, be involved in church. And then as our kids, my group of co-op moms, and that we started the umbrella school. So I served as academic advisor for the umbrella school for almost 20 years. Got hundreds of kids into college, and military and mission fields and all this. It's like God gives you strength and joy and contentment in what you do. And then as the kids were starting to graduate, our kids were very opinionated, and they would say, I don't like this textbook. Oh, I won't do this textbook. And they would tell us what they want. And so if we could, the group of my friends and I would make a curriculum that would be no busy work and respected their learning styles. And then so our kids are graduating, and we go like, that's bad stewardship. To just retire and go on and do our thing. So we felt the calling to be Titus moms and to stay around the homeschool community. So we started Seven Sisters Homeschool. And so if you ever need like how-tos Like there's thousands of posts on there how to do this and that, especially the high school level, and curriculum that's downloadable. So a lot of freebies and we got a special freebie just for conference goers. It's APA research paper, writing guide for the teens, and then everything in the store is 50% off right now. So until the end of August. So you can grab one of these coupons if you want to at the vendor hall or on these made handouts up there. But the deal is, I learned something. Natalie and I met at the 2-to-1 conference. So it's a blogger conference a few years ago. And one of the speakers there said, you know, us working homeschool moms, we are juggling a lot of balls. And every day you got to get up in the morning and decide which ball you're going to drop. But when you decide, it's your choice. So it feels better.
I don't know. Those that you can hold on. Yeah, those are awesome tips and everything. Yeah, you have to decide which ball you are going to drop. So before you even decide which ball, you have to be at peace with knowing you're going to have to drop a ball here and there, right? And some of us are perfectionists by nature, and some of us in the homeschooling community, right? We're extra, right? We really feel deeply about our responsibility to homeschool our children, and we should, but there's peace in that journey. And when God calls you to carry these different balls, as you've heard Lanissa and Vicki both speak about that, then you have to be at peace that you're going to have to drop a ball here and there. It's okay. It's not going to roll far from you. You'll be able to pick it back up when you need to. So, and God is, yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely. So that's that lifestyle that you began to embrace. And so I would say, how have you found support in this new lifestyle, this journey? It's not new for you all, but how would another mom that's considering it, or someone that's currently working and they are considering homeschooling that are attending this conference? I spoke with someone earlier who is currently working in the current educational system that her child is in isn't meeting the needs. Right? And so she's here seeking answers. And that's a big question. It's like, I need to still work. I want to still work, or both of those. And how do I do it? So how have you all found support? What are some ideas and things that we can share with our audience?
Yeah, support is important. And I want to piggyback on something you said about dropping balls. I always say you're not always on. If you're on all the time, you're on something. So you're going to have a focus, buffer, and free days, okay?
Yes.
Days that you're focused, days that are buffer, you're setting up things, and days that you're totally free. You power the phone down, you're free. And so in terms of support, you also, here's a word I want to throw out to you. It's koinonia. Koinonia. Koinonia is the Greek word for fellowship. And that is where support begins. As you begin to fellowship, support begins today with you just being here. You're around other people. You'll find folks who live in your community. You'll find folks whose kids like what you like. You see them on the soccer field. You see them on the basketball. There are people in your community because you don't have to do everything. Delegation is my expertise, and that you don't have to drive to every game. You'll find another parent who you can partner with, but koinonia always has to be on the top of your lips. And I think that that's one of the things. I'm actually writing an ebook called Cultivating Community, and it's a focus on koinonia because it's a give and take. It's a healthy relationship where you're around someone who supports you, and it may be grandma, it may not. Sometimes the support you need is not in your immediate family, but there are people who would come alongside of you. Be prayerful. Be prayerful to say, who could help? I'm working, blah, blah, blah. 9 to 1, I have to work. Who could help, with the children? It could be a teen who's off for the summer who would love to come over and play with the kids while you're working. Do you know what I mean? Or work on a project, etc. So it could be teens. It could be grandma. I had to also let go of control because your way is not always the only way it could be done. Does that make sense? And so my mother-in-law and my husband, they come alongside. Does it look like mine? No, it doesn't. Does that make sense? So there's support out there, but I think sometimes what I had to learn was that the support I could not control. They weren't going to do it the way I wanted to do it. And so now I get to leave town and I leave the kids, and I no longer have a shopping list. I don't have, meals that I used to set up because I later found out that they were getting pizza. I couldn't figure out why there was so much food left when I got home. Pick your battles, guys. Pick your battles. There's hope. There's help right along. And can I just tell you about the teens? Now, if you know my kids, then you know that the worst is train up a child in the way they should go. And my children have learned through serving others how to take care of things. And I'm just so grateful that this group of the army that I have at home, they don't need me. They need me, but they don't need me. Does that make sense? Like, I have no doubt. I left out early this morning. Folks got breakfast. Folks got clean clothes on. Everybody's got hair done. Maybe it's not done. The dogs got walked. They got fed, et cetera, et cetera. Let your children do, because they want to be able to learn to do things. And I remember bringing Hslda home the first year, and she looked at me during lunchtime. I looked at her. She looked at me. I looked at her. I said, well, it ain't going to make itself, But I didn't realize how much I was doing for her. So homeschooling also allows them to make their own sandwich. What are you making a sandwich for? Why can't they make their own sandwich? Right? Why can't you move the milk down to the bottom of the refrigerator so she could get her own cereal? Stop complaining about the milk that fell on the table. Get over it. Don't cry over spilled milk. But along the way, they've learned how to do things on their own. So my support has come with, family. Not in big droves, because don't nobody want to take care of 7 kids. Can I be honest with you? Don't nobody want to do that. They don't like you that much now. but pieces, you know what I mean? And teaching the kids, and my husband doing things, and hooking up. Our kids going to the same soccer game. Trusting. Look at your neighbor. Say, trusting people, building relationships. Can you ride with Miss Vicki to the game? Mommy will come by later. Because I'm only one mama, right? And so they know I'm like the celebrity at the games, because I can't make them all. They got too many sports ideas, so I just come in and go. But they know the rotation. Mom's going to be at my soccer game. She won't be at the basketball games, because you can't do everything. But there are people who are like-minded, even in your home education. Maybe somebody can teach a science class, an art class. Allow people to do for you. And I'll close this, and I'm going to pass this mic to Vicki. Sometimes we don't want the help that we say we want. Can you tell I'm talking from experience? Sometimes we don't want the help that we say we want, right? Because we really want to control things. Trust God. Trust the process. And be prayerful, because you want to keep your kids safe too, right? But there are people who can do it, and they may not do it as well as you can, but guess what? They'll learn from that family as well.
Brilliant, yes. So just piggybacking, because you said everything, is our support system is what makes working homeschool momming work the best. And so if your support system, like family, is thin, like I live way far away from my family, I was very blessed because I have a homeschool community and my church, and through that, like when there were multiple sports games to get to, or I had to work during a practice, I had moms that would take my kids. However, I did earn my keep. Yeah. And so I did plenty of volunteer work when I could. So it wasn't just me sucking the homeschool community dry or my church dry. And I learned the power of trusting God through these situations. I remember one time, I can't remember what we were working on so hard in our homeschool thing. So I had work, and there was something we were working really, really hard on, and the idea of finding something for supper was really just like, I don't feel like thinking about it, and it's no kids' turn. Like, the kids all learned to cook, and they did, their adulting things as appropriate. But I just went to the kitchen and I prayed and I said, God, it sure would be nice to have some pizza here, just don't feel like cooking. And I am not kidding. There's divine intervention in the world. About half an hour later, one of my Sunday school moms in my mom's Sunday school class rang the doorbell, and she had a couple pizzas in her hand that she had just picked up. And she said, I don't know, I just felt like bringing you over some pizza. Like, if God has called you to work in homeschool, there are days where he'll just send you some pizza, you know? Yeah, yeah. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I know this is a panel, and I'm looking at the time. No, I was just getting ready to open it up to questions, so you're right on time.
What if the working mom is, the homeschool mom is the homeschool dad?
Yes.
So the working mom is out of the house for 50, 60 hours a week, and dad and the 10-year-old is homeschooling.
Yeah.
And dad doesn't know where to begin because all he's going to do is make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and give her breakfast in bed.
Yeah.
How do we give him, someone like that, the tools to be able to make this work?
You know, that when a parent feels lost to get started, is trusting that parent, but also giving them the hand-holding they need, which means, like, if you need to make a schedule and you teach them how to teach reading, and so basically you're going to work 90 hours a week. Now you tell how you do the 90 hours a week here.
I want to throw something at you, and I would apologize, but I'm going to be unapologetically honest. So, you know, my mom was a single mom, and my children are blessed to have a father, and he just thinks different. And I tell the children that how daddy does things is your blessing. Daddy's their ATM. My daddy wasn't an ATM. You know, daddy will get up in the middle of the night, let them call and drop a call and think he's not on his way. He's like, did you call me? That's who he is, and he's their father. And he has a right to unfold that relationship the way he sees it. And it's kind of like that pizza thing, you know, where I have all of my, you know, healthy meals lined up, you know, labeled, if you will. Guess what? They're learning something from him. And, you know, with him being in law enforcement, he's under a lot of stress during the day. So when he's home, he's the fun dad. You know, he's scrolling games on his phone. I had to get over my anger about how much fun they were having. Can I just be honest? Can I be honest? They're fine. And when it comes down to the educational part, maybe that's the part where you know, kick in. You know, so my husband, he's not going to teach all 5 core classes. He's not. You can line it up all you want, but you have to figure out how you have a gift there. You know, maybe your daughter needs somebody to serve her in bed. That she's preparing to find the right suitor. You be like, my daddy, oh no, he made pancakes. You don't make pancakes? No, right? So I'm just giving you a paradigm switch, if you will, about you know, your concerns. And like I said, you're a scholar. It may be something you can handle in the evening, or, you know, another plug for BJU Press. You know, they have videos where they can have the curriculum and a video teacher, where his break, you know, while he's home during the day, you're like, hey, hon, could you get one video in? Could you get one 30-minute video in for the kids, you know? And them running all around. I told you, when they would go down, you didn't hear, you might not have been in my class, but when the kids would go down to see their great-grandmother down in Taylor's Beach, you know, it was just sit down. There was no structure to it. I say, sit down. You're going to learn something. It's history. Totally eclectic, unschooled. And those are some of our most precious times, as when they think about, because now as they had to pick up this mantle and this torch, they now have gleaned. It's not what's taught, it's what's caught. And also the character base. And how about what we're teaching about our marriages in the process? You know, that whole mom has all the answers, dad doesn't. I could teach a whole class on that. But we have to be mindful about what we're saying so that we can grow our children in areas that the school system could never do. So, you know, so anyway, dad wants them to be successful too. What does he want to teach them? And that's the question maybe you can ask your husband. I know you're just as equally committed to these children. What do you want to teach them? And so for my husband, being in narcotics, there's some things he wanted to teach them that I didn't have listed. I didn't have it on my curriculum list, but he does. Does that make sense? Because he sees things that I don't see. So it's a shared responsibility. So praise the Lord that you have a man who would be willing, right, to pamper your daughter all day long. Yeah, and is she the only child?
Well, the boys are off in college now.
Oh, yeah, so she's like the only child. Precious time. She may never get these days back. She may never feel this special ever again, right? And when you've lost family members, how many people have lost family members in the middle of this pandemic, right? You look back and say, man, those were precious times. So I hope that helps you, sis.
I was going to say, it reminds me of when you are a new mom and it's bath time as an example, and you are terrified to let your husband give the baby a bath because you think that baby won't survive, right? And so you're hovering and you're like, no, you don't do it that way. You don't wash hair first, you do this, and we only use this shampoo, and oh, that's old. I tried that last week. So, you're terrified, right? But the baby survives. At least all 5 of mine did, And no one drowned. No one had I didn't have to resuscitate anybody. Everything was just fine. And so you just have to trust processes, and you have to trust the journey that God has you on. You have to seek Him for that peace. And I know we're talking trust, and I'm not just saying trust is like you can just grab it here. Oh, I got trust now, I'm good. It's a process to get trust. It's a faith walk to get trust. It's not an overnight thing, but He does provide it. He does want us to ask for it. He is invested in everything that concerns us. And so, and like Anita also mentioned this morning, right? And Lanissa said it just a few minutes ago, they're learning something. And I'm speaking directly with you, but I know that that's a question I'm sure others have. So they're learning something, and we don't always know what that might be. It may not look like what we think they should be learning. And like Lanissa said, her husband with narcotics, that wasn't even on her list, right? Wasn't on my list, wouldn't be on mine either, probably most of you all's. But if he's asking for help, if he is actually asking for help, then there's so many curriculums that would make it a lot easier just to get him started into some type of groove. And then he gets comfortable and he starts to figure out what works and what doesn't work for him, as well as for your daughter. And there are also lots of schedules that are available that could be useful. So definitely part of that is just being willing to receive his input about what he feels he wants to impart during the day, as well as just kind of saying, hey, I know you have her best interest at heart. We have 2 in college currently, and if that's the destination that you all are looking for her, and eventually she'll own that destination in high school, hopefully for herself, but she's still young. So if that's the destination that you all have for her, then he's invested in that. And so he just needs to be given an opportunity to say, this is what I want to put into it. So yeah, no perfect answer, but some answers that may be helpful. Yes, definitely. So we are open for questions. I did see someone in the back for a minute, and I'll get back to you. Yes, ma'am.
What have you all come across where maybe kids or teenagers where both parents work, like outside the home, like maybe not necessarily have the freedom, like, feel that we're not working independently, how does that work, or have you work that way?
So if I heard her correctly, she said you have teenagers and both parents work outside the home. Okay. And
we get this a lot, don't we?
Yeah, we get this a lot, and this is a interesting conversation. One, you want to have support. Children need to be monitored. Okay, children need to be monitored. Teens, whereas they're still independent enough to feed themselves, clothe themselves, work on, they need a lot of monitoring. Like my husband is such that he can hit one button and shut all Wi-Fi down. Put you all out of business. You understand? and I'm in the house, right? Because things are happening on the internet. Things are happening on the cell phones. There's a lot going on. So that's the first thing you have to get in your mind. Teens need to be monitored. What's your system to their monitoring? So whereas legally they're old enough to be at home, they still need to be monitored. Is it a next door neighbor? Is it a family member who's stopping by? Is it a bring your child to work day? Is it flex hours for one of the parents? You see what I'm saying? But keep that in mind. You know, just because you can doesn't necessarily mean that that's the right way to do it. Now, I'm from the generation where we had a latchkey. You know what I'm talking about? The latchkey. Y'all know about the key, right? Did y'all have a silver one?
Yes.
Did you have one key, right? You know, and we came home and the house was empty and we learned how to open the door, sit down, and there was no internet. So you had to call mama and you had to call mama and tell her that she was home. Base. It was a monitoring.
You better
right?
make that call.
And there was a time limit. So I would be playing, I'd be like, look, I gotta go, because I gotta call my mama. And you couldn't call from the cell. There were no cell phones, right? So it doesn't mean, so we can't make homeschool so rigid that that's not a part of it, because a lot of us did come home to empty homes because our parents worked. And so what I do is, there's ways you can put technology, there's ways you can put cameras, there's ways you can do all kinds of things. But I think the message that I want to send to you, my friend, is that you let children know, even as they're teens, that you're their mother and dad's their dad, and they are not adults. Because even though they can, right? We get caught up in that. They can, and that they have to submit themselves. And I hear so many kids who think that the cell phone is theirs. I said, well, let me give you this bill. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me introduce you to Verizon. So get a plan, get some systems in place, get accountability, right? Because kids need to be monitored.
On the practical end, and that's beautiful suggestions, is also since you can't, if you have both parents working, the one-on-one, let me instruct you on this stuff, is not going to happen very efficiently. You'll have to choose some things that really matter to you, and those are your things, and then you farm out the other things, which, oh my goodness, we've got all these opportunities now. So we've got umbrella schools, like right here at SHABACH, and y'all got do you have umbrella school classes? There's online classes like BJU has, True North Academy, Funda Academy, where they will like help you do the academic advising and give courses right there online. You can pick up, one-off courses at OutSchool. So our friend Latanya Moore, do you know Latanya from 2 to 1? Anyway, she's really big in there. So there's so many opportunities, so that you don't have to be the instructor, and they can still get that education. But right, like teens still need that team. And so it's exhausting, but you think you've only got teens in high school for 4 years. That's 4 years of your life. Mm-hmm. And you can do anything for 4 years. So I'll give you my favorite quote, though. If you need a good quote, G.K. Chesterton said, anything worth doing is worth doing badly. Yes.
And also, definitely. School does not have to happen 7 to 3. So it could be a lot of your instruction is in the evening, or weekends. Yes.
Good points. We are now at.
We have one question. Can we take this?
Okay. Can we take one more question? Yeah. Okay. We have one question because we're at 12. So we got vendors.
2. She said 2. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm sorry. But I wanted to ask, have any of you had a time that you can recall where you needed to pivot in your career because you realized that homeschooling was a lifestyle, where you needed to really figure out a way to talk to your supervisors or your job and let them know that you were doing this thing, and you felt maybe hesitant to share like your journey with them and how that worked out?
Does anybody have anything? Yeah. Okay.
I am fortunate being a counselor and working in a practice where I've just earned some respect. I would go to my boss and I would say if they needed some demands that were going to take away from what I needed to do homeschool-wise, and say, I need to do this for my homeschooling. And so I think a lot of times, if the culture can be flexible, so I'm in a work that I can be, that they'll work with you because they want to keep you. And that unfortunately there are times where God says, okay, we're closing this door, we're opening another one. It takes a lot of prayer to know what to do there.
there was.
I can help you master that conversation with your supervisor because I'm that person that listens to my team to help them make adjustments. So
Amen.
Praise God.
Amen.
Praise God. See, God provides. He really does, right? That's a blessing. Yes, ma'am.
When you have, I have a 1-year-old, a 6-year-old, and an 8-year-old, and so when I have, you said choose evening or weekends to do homeschool, or to do the core curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm finding is, what do I do with all the other hours that they're not schooling? Because I feel like they're watching TV or playing games. Even if I get them on Maya Academy or out school, and they're so young, and I want to work, I'm facing the computer from 9 to 6. They're doing whatever. I know I'm feeding them and everything, but I feel this guilt feeling of, okay, yeah, they're not. What are they doing all day long from Monday through Friday because I'm working? Who's really taking care of the kids? They're not really being educated during those hours. They're not really paying attention to the curriculum because I'm not sitting next to them and making them.
Should we have lunch together and do some brainstorming?
Yeah. Are you working from home?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, she's working from
So it's in the planning, sis. Yeah, you need my mom's manual.
Yeah.
It's in the planning.
Yeah.
So you see what I'm saying? Because if you don't have a plan in place before your work start, can I just tell you, it's a terrible thing when you have to start work and you're trying to get a system going. You were supposed to already have a plan so that you knew exactly what they were doing. Even if you have quiet moments in between telephone or in between computer work, you have to have that system already in place. So
Yes, definitely, definitely. Yes. So, unfortunately, we need to close, but we are accessible. We are here. We're passionate about homeschooling, passionate about coming alongside those who are currently homeschooling, those who are considering it. We are here because of that. So, definitely, we all have businesses that we do consultations and we assist families, and definitely find us throughout the day. And I think there was an offer for lunch meetup and where that segues right on into lunchtime. And so what we're going to do before we actually partake, because I'm famished, I'm thinking everybody is, right? When you're busy and getting good information, somehow your stomach is like, I want food now. So, yeah. So what we are going to do is, I don't see anyone. Do you know if they're ready to come in yet? Is there anybody out there? Because what the plan is right now for the vendor spotlight. And so we have all the vendors that are here. And I forgot earlier that there's an additional vendor room. You may have already discovered it, but there's room 224, 226, and 227. Okay, so I did not know, but there's a 227. And the gentleman who just stepped out, he has a Christian clothing business. There's several other vendors in there as well. There's someone has early literacy and reading book that looks really awesome. And Seven Sisters table is in there. Yeah. I already hit her chocolate for that middle morning slump. So definitely, they should be.
No, they're not ready yet. They're gathering.
Okay, so they're gathering. So I'm thinking if you want to take if you absolutely need to run to the ladies' room or the men's room, then go ahead, but we're going to get started as soon as they come in. And the vendor spotlight is literally, vendors will come up and they have 1 minute to talk about what they have here on exhibit. So you kind of get a little bit of idea, and then you can, if you feel led, you can go by their table, definitely, okay? And then we're going to, after that, segue right into our lunchtime. So we just got a hot minute or two, you all. Yeah, that's what I come back in here to eat, right? Yeah. I haven't heard yet. I'll have to let them tell me and I'll announce it. I don't know where. God, I have this. who are all here seeking answers and support, and so we're so thankful to see the turnout that has come today. So we are getting ready to be blessed by praise and worship. We have Miss Jamila Davis and her daughters Kyla and Aisha, who will be accompanying her. And we appreciate her, and let's just give them a warm round of welcome.
Amen. Amen. We're so glad to be here with you all and to be in the right spot. I don't know if you guys heard, but this morning we went to the wrong campus. I was on the phone with Miss Anita, and she was like, where are you? Are you across from Watkins, or are you in the other location? I was like, I'm in front of a fountain. And she's like, oh no, you're in the wrong spot. I could feel my stomach just drop. And I was just like, oh my goodness. So we jumped back in the car, and I was just reminded of just how God just reminds us so many times that we are so greatly loved, even when we mess up. And in homeschooling, there is nothing like just blowing it, buying the wrong curriculum and find out in the middle of the year that you need to just kind of pivot and readjust and anything. And I know that for me and for my kids, that God's love has just been so amazing. So we just want to sing a song about God's love today, and just to remind you that in the midst of everything, that one thing remains. His love never fails, and it never gives up. Amen? Amen. Higher than the mountains that I face, stronger than the power of the grave, constant in the trials and the change. This one thing remains. This one thing remains. Your love never fails, it never gives up, it never runs out on me. Your love never fails, it never gives up, it never runs out on me. Your love never fails, it never gives up, and it never runs out on me. Your love. And on and on and on and on it goes. Yes, it overwhelms and satisfies my soul. And I'll never ever have to be afraid. This one thing remains. This one thing remains. Your love never fails, it never gives up, it never runs out on me. Your love never fails, it never gives up, it never runs out on me. Your love never fails, it never gives up, it never runs out on me. Your love. In death, in life, I'm confident and covered by the power of your great love. My debt is paid, gives up, and it never runs out on me. Your love never fails, it never gives up, it never runs out on me. Your love never fails, it never gives up, it never runs out on me. Your love.
Amen. It's nothing like praise and worship, right? Amen. Amen. And to see a mom with her children and oh gosh, that was just what we needed. So that is the assurance that I have, I trust you have, that God's love never fails us, nor our children. It never runs out. So I will welcome up Miss Simona to begin our vendor spotlight.
Is it afternoon yet? Good afternoon, everyone. Just to know, I'm so excited to see everybody here. I love homeschooling. I've homeschooled mine all to the end, 2 of them. So I am so proud to see all of you parents here today. So with that being said, let's introduce our vendors. Starting with HSLDA, the representative from SLDA. Would you come forth, please?
Hello, everybody. My name is Catherine. I'm here to talk all about HSLDA. So HSLDA stands for Homeschool Legal Defense Association. It's a nonprofit advocacy organization that makes homeschooling possible by protecting homeschooling families and equipping them to provide the best education experience for their children. We have been trusted, HSLDA, for over 35 years to care for homeschooling families as we safeguard their freedom and secure the future of home education. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have SHABACH Christian Academy Homeschool, one of my favorites, Miss Yolanda Stansel.
Hey, everybody. Shabbat. Look, the most important thing about Shabbat is, do you know what Shabbat means? Shabbat means high praise. And that's what we do. Even when we provide our education, we do everything big because God does everything big. And Shabbat consists of a preschool from ages 2 to 5. It consists of a Shabbat Christian Academy from K through 8, a homeschool program that does all ages now. We're just adding back in a group for high school. Woo! And we have before and after care, and we have a school-age preschool and for summer preschool and school-age summer enrichment. We just have it all. So I'm just saying, Shabbat. The website is shabachca.org. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll have BJU Press Homeschool Home Works by Precepts, Miss Janelle Miller.
Hi, I'm Belinda Parrish because Janelle works in the office and she doesn't come to these things, but I go to all of them and I've been doing it for 30 years. So if I can homeschool as a homeschool mom, you can too. And just so you know, BJU Press has been saying, Mom, you can do it since pre-COVID. So you can do it. And like I said, if anybody can do it, I can. We are full biblically based worldview, critical thinking skills from K3 through 12th grade, plus your electives. We have parents can do the teaching, we have online classes, and we have DVD classes. All include papers, books, and you can still, they're already pre-recorded. So I want you to know that if you want these kinds of things, Lanissa mentioned it earlier today, and it's all we've done for the last 22 years. So thank you.
Thank you. That was a setup. Y'all know that was a setup. Okay, so next we will have National Homeschool Academy, NHA, and we'll have the husband of Miss Anita Gibson, Mr. Glenn Gibson. Oh, another setup. Look at there. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
This conference is phenomenal. We have with us today our program assistant, Natalie Burt. Miss Natalie Burt, she's going to share with us about the Homeschool Academy.
Thank you, Uncle Glenn. I call him Uncle Glenn because he helped raise me for a while there. So I'm here to tell you about National Homeschool Advocacy. We are an online organization that provides support, community, resources, education, and much more for our parents and families that are homeschooling. I was actually able to talk with a lot of you today at the Vendors Open and get you guys signed up because we would love to connect with you. If you are a new homeschooling family and you're not exactly sure where to start, we have resources within the DMV. And one thing that I like to mention is that our heart is really to provide a place that centralizes family of color and diverse backgrounds. We are blessed to work with and partner with families of all backgrounds, but that diversity and representation is something that is very important to us. So we would love to connect with you. Our website is nhaonline.org. So please come and visit us at our table or online, and we love to connect with you. Thank you.
Woo, they just keep setting me up, but it's okay. All right, the next speaker is our very own Miss Anita Gibson, representing Apologia. Come on down.
So Apologia is an amazing curriculum. When we started using them, it was just science, and now I'm seeing they have Bible and all different kinds of things. But we have their curriculums at the table. You may want to come and take a look. Very colorful for the younger people. Biblically based, and just an amazing resource. They are sponsors for the conference. They were not able to send a representative, but I just want to say thank you to them for supporting us. So come see us. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Anita. All right. Next, we will have popcorn munchies. Yay! It's always about the food.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Shanice Alexander. I'm actually the co-founder of Popcorn Munchies. I say co-founder because my children are also the co-founders. I was the inspiration behind them. We specialize, we're a popcorn company specializing in caramel popcorn, and we also offer it with pecans, caramelized pecans. It's a home-based business. Check out our story and how we got started. I believe you will literally fall in love with the story before you even taste our popcorn. But also, the popcorns are heavenly taste in your mouth too. But check us out at popcornmunchies4.com. Thank you.
And I'm about less sugar, and it tastes good. Those kids are off the chain. All right, Bridge Tutorial Ministries will be next. Kelly Blake and Megan Heath. Yes, come on down.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. We are Bridge Tutorial Ministries. I'm Kelly Blake. This is a half of our leadership team, Trina Ferguson, Lynn Jerdal, and we are a tutorial for middle school through high school. We offer group classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays in person. Next year, we were in Bowie. Next year, we'll be meeting in Gambrels off Rydell Road at Faith Community Church. And Trina's going to...
All right, so we do focus on core classes. However, sometimes we do electives, and we've had running classes last year where some of the students actually participated in different marathons. So we try to make sure that things are hands-on, definitely college prep, because we don't want to set your student up. Like Kelly said, we're meeting in Gambrels this year. Normally we're in Bowie, but they had to, they're doing some construction on the site that we normally meet at. And let's see, all our classes are not full quite yet. We have 2 English classes that are full and 1 middle school class that's full. However, most of middle school is full now. All right. However, if you want more information, please visit Bridge, BRIDGE, tutorial.net. .net. Okay. Anything else?
I think that's
right.
Thank you.
Come visit our table.
Thank you. Nice, nice. And next we will have Miss Trina. We will have Trina Cares.
Hi again. All right, so my name is Trina Ferguson, and my company is Trina Cares, LLC. And the reason why I came up with Trina Cares is because I started seeing, like, I have this passion for student athletes. And I started because I just kept seeing these different stories of students wanting to play in college, but being told, well, you homeschool so you can. And I was like, that's not nice. So, so I literally dove in. And I started with group tutoring. And so I do group tutoring at Bridge. And then I also do group tutoring at SHABACH. And I can't remember what class I did. I think I did government. And so I can be kind of animated. And so I love working with kids, but I love really, really working with student athletes because I don't like the word can't. And when someone says you can't, I was like, oh, that's a challenge for me. So I took on that challenge, and that's basically what I do. I consult, and I also tutor because I want the student athletes to be what we call the golden ticket. I don't want them just to get athletic scholarships. I want them to be so, like, just at a point where a college can't say no. So I want them to go in with academic scholarships and athletic scholarships. I do not guarantee that. However, I want them to be the golden ticket, and I want other homeschoolers to know that you can do it too. I also wrote a book, Lessons Learned from My Homeschool Day, because this was not my idea to homeschool. It was all God's idea. I said no, and he kept saying yes. So I did it, and I wrote a book because one day I was sitting on my steps crying, and I was like, somebody has to be going through what I'm going through. And so I started writing down my lessons that I've learned. They're not always good lessons, but they're lessons. And they're lessons that taught me a lot. Like for me, I always say homeschool actually grew me up. It grew my children up, but it really, really made me grow up. And so if you want a book, visit Trina Cares, LLC, in the vendors. My son is there. That was our first. He's the reason why we started homeschooling. And we graduated him this year, so I'm excited. So yes, I've been on this emotional roller coaster. I'm like, I need you to go. And then the next day, I'm like, please don't leave me. So he's in there. He'll be in there selling my books. Today they're $10. So please come on by. And if they sell out, I'll make sure that I get your information and I will send you one. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Trina. All right. Next we have Beltway Montessori Children's House. Somebody come to represent. There you go. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kristen Worry, and I'm representing Beltway Montessori today. My husband and I are very different. He is from Sierra Leone, West Africa, and I grew up right outside Washington, D.C. He is Muslim. I was raised strictly Roman Catholic, although I'm not that now. Don't tell my dad. And we have very different ideas about how to raise our children because we were raised very differently. But we came together with this Montessori approach. For me, I wanted my child respected and loved for the individual that they were, and that they were nourished and they were supported on their journey, not what journey we thought they needed. And my husband liked that in preschool, they learn about the continents and we're not the only place on the planet, and that everyone lives differently everywhere, and that we have to be active and responsible and conscious in how we live in this global community. So Beltway Montessori, that was probably Beltway. That's what brought me to Montessori. We started this co-op when the Montessori schools closed in PG County for a number of reasons, and we still wanted this environment for our kids. And so we've got a group of parents who are coming together, and we've struggled for 5 years to keep this afloat. And this year we feel like we got the train rolling. So this year we provide drop-off tutoring for children kindergarten through 6th grade. We are providing homeschool consulting and support for all parents, but there's a group program for children under 5 where our primary directress will help show you how to help your child be independent and build that confidence at home with things like getting their own water, pouring, cleaning, setting the table, just feeling more in control of their daily life. And so, yeah, come check us out. We're in Greenbelt. Our website is beltwaymontessori.com, and come say hi. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Franklin Homeschool Services, Endon Franklin, and Ned Franklin. Oh, Enid, thank you. All these setups. Here you go. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Enid Franklin. This is Brittany Williams, and we are Franklin Homeschool Services. Between the two of us, we have about 30 years of homeschooling experience. We do two things. On one side, we have the consulting side, and that is mostly helping families find the right curriculum. We know it's easy to ask, your homeschooling friend or neighbor, what curriculum do you use? Then you use it, it doesn't work. That's because you're not working your homeschool. You're trying to work somebody else's. So what we do is we talk to you. We ask you 50 million questions to try to get an idea of what you're looking for, your child's strengths, weaknesses, budget, whatever. We look at the whole picture, and we help find a curriculum for you. Or we can even help you build one based on your child's interest. On the other hand, we have a new website that will be up and operational by September 1st called My Portfolio Page, and it will allow homeschoolers to create their entire portfolio all online. And so, over time, you upload your samples, you can create a review form. If you want grades, attendance, whatever, it'll all be in one place. And then when it's time for your review, you hit a button, you can either send it out or you can print it off and put it in a cute little notebook for your kid to have forever. So you can come and see us at our table. Right now, the website is on sale for $20 for the year if you sign up soon. So thank you. Oh, yes, myportfoliopage.net. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, next we'll have Miss Becky Kang for Becky Kang Educations. Come on down. Yes, Miss Kang.
Hey, thank you. My name is Becky Kang, and I know Simona. I've taught her boys years ago. But I have been teaching probably for over 30 years. I'm 62, probably longer than that. But I have settled upon 3, maybe 4 subjects that I just love. I love words. I love words. I was in a seminar one time and they said, teach children to love words and to love the word. And I'm like, oh, I like that. I can do that. I can do that. I love memorizing. I love teaching vocabulary. Hey, can you hold this? Hey, you're a holder. I created this. I wrote this. It's called Picture This Word. A visual approach to learning vocabulary. And what I did was I had a lot of Latin students saying, I don't like Latin. I'm like, what? What's wrong with Latin? You don't know your vocabulary. Let me show you how to memorize vocabulary. And so I used an image approach. An image. I actually PowerPointed 825 words from the book WordSmart published by Princeton Review. These were SAT words, but I had a student, a fabulous artist, drew 825 words. Now, she did it 3 times. The 3rd time, I said, I'll pay you for it. Oh, you want to see it? I will, you can see it. Hey, I'll let you see it. But it is great words. They're great words. And, oh, you don't really want to see it? Okay, yeah, you can see it. But, oh, you're an artist. This girl had no skill. Oh, how much time do we have? Okay, I got to talk faster. But she had no, a class in, do you know she's going to school for art now? She's really good. Samantha Kent, Kim Kent's daughter. Praise God. So anyways, your child, if they take that WordSmart class, it's called WordSmart Vocabulary, they learn 825 words through using an image. So how am I different? I'm the Mary Poppins of education, and I am, and I believe with every job there must be done, there is an element of fun. You find the fun and snap the job's a game. So, what? It's time to leave? All right. No, wait, one more. So I do teach a music class, and I teach them about classical composers, people like Bach and Beethoven and Mozart and Handel and Haydn and Rachmaninoff and Debussy and Ravel. And they learn these people, they learn the top 25 things that are important, like, I don't know how you got started. Handel's father said, don't be a musician, be a lawyer. And they learn their top 10 songs. I have a music class. All my classes are online. So I teach music. Hey, hold that. I teach Latin. And again, we need to teach kids how to decode words. Words are fun. You know that EXIT above the door? EX means out. IT is an irregular verb. He goes. And so I guess this is my exit. Out she goes. But I do have a website, Vicki Kang Education. Is that it? Yeah. All right. Thank you.
I just want to say something about this at this point. Miss Kang taught my sons for 4 or 5 years this Latin. Latin helps you understand English, and therefore they are now much more critical thinkers. Trust me, words mean a lot. Somebody can't tell them they came from this and they came from that. Anyway, don't get me to preaching up here. Let me move on. Hey, the next person we would like to have come up, I love Art, Play, Learn, Miss Meredith Konitz. Come on down.
Thank you. Hi, so I'm Meredith Konitz with Art, Play, Learn. Art, Play, Learn is a universally inclusive home away from home for homeschoolers and everyone else, actually. We deliver programs both in person and online. Our multi-subject tutorials are available for preschoolers all the way through high school. We also have an infant and toddler enrichment program and adult programming. So Art, Play, Learn creates customized curriculum for the people who are in each session. It is student responsive, so if we start with something that isn't working for the group that we have, we shift and we make it work. We figure out what's going to work, and what worked one week may not work the next week, and we're okay with that. We encourage our students to express themselves, even if the expression is not what we'd like to hear. Just put it that way. We encourage peace and positivity, and we teach social interactions along with our academic learning. So Art, Play, Learn is exactly what it sounds like. We learn through art and play. We do game-based and play-based, project-based, and creative learning projects. A lot of integrations, which means that we find the natural overlap between multiple subjects, and so we are practicing skills in multiple subjects at the same time. We have tutorials, we have individual subject classes, we have clubs, and we are looking for brass players. So if there's anybody here who plays a brass instrument, we need more people for our brass ensemble in particular. Our new location, our new center, is located right off the intersection of routes 295 and 197, and it has windows that open, so we have really ideal COVID precautions because we can open the windows to get maximum air exchange. We have medical grade air purifiers, and a lot of the rooms have sinks right in the room for washing your hands frequently. And we also have a beautiful playground that's about a 3-minute walk from our door that we take full advantage of. So we hope that you'll come out and see us. You can find us online at www.artplaylearn.com. If you're interested in summer programs, /summer is where you'll find that. Reach out to me anytime.
Thank you so much. That's why I love homeschooling. We can teach them to their bent, because surely my son was the art play man. Woo! Next, we will have Colony Inc. by Mauro Khalil.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Dr. Khalil. This is my first time here. Thank you so much for welcoming me in your space. I'm going to start with a story as an icebreaker because I'm not used to public speaking. I'm used to standing behind a stack of medical records and writing notes. I'm a pediatrician. I just transitioned into public health. So basically, this is what happens. You guys walk into the office, and this is an age-old question that the pediatricians get asked. Talk to my son, talk to my daughter. And I'm thinking, I have 15 minutes. Oh my God, what am I getting myself into? So 10 years ago, I started researching child development. And so to answer these questions, I developed Khilone. So Khilone is an Urdu word for toys. I started this to break the stereotype because everybody who looked at, Pakistani immigrants, there were just two things. Oh, this is just going to be a physician or this is just going to be an engineer. When I started homeschooling my son, I wanted him to see me in a different view. So I said that we're going to start a toy store. But then it exploded into other things. At Khilone, I do three things. So we address self-drive, self-regulation, and self-awareness. I know it's not sexy. These are not STEM buzzwords, but it's very important. So as a young child, anybody who doesn't have self-regulation, who's not aware, and who does not have self-drive is not going to metamorphosize into whatever you want them to be. So to address this, I do two things. We do bilingual story times. It sounds simple, but it's really good to hear and see people who've done great things and who look like you, in your own language and from other countries. What that helps you with is that you become aware that, there are people who look like me who can do great things. Children cannot do stuff if they can't see it. You have to model for them. Sometimes we're not a good model. So we can have other people who've done great stuff and they're able to, it's able to be translated into stories. And then bilingual stories, why I do is I'm a polyglot. I can speak multiple languages, but this is a sphere that is very expensive for people to access because tutoring in other languages is expensive. What I did is I partnered with the University of Maryland Extension Office. I'm sure you guys know about the 4-H program. So the 4-H office has a new Clover program, which is ages 5 to 9. We do beginner story times in multiple languages, and we do handiwork. So it's $5 per month the last Sunday. And before you guys dismiss me thinking that this is not for my kid and I have teenagers, the program offers your teens or high schoolers credit for high school and also their volunteer hours if they want to come work with us. The second thing I do is handiwork. Obviously, because we are now jumped on the STEM train, handiwork has gone off the wagon. So we do watercolor painting, clay modeling, Sloyd. I was new to Sloyd. It's paper folding, just for somebody who doesn't know. I didn't know that. So these types of things that are not offered anywhere, I do them. That's pretty much it. Please consider visiting me. We are in Glen Burnie, and we have an open house on August 1st, which has free face painting. If you have kids, please bring us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next, we will have Miss Natalie Mack. Come on down.
Go ahead. Yes. Okay. So my company is Natalie Mack, LLC, and so after 22 years and still counting homeschooling, we graduated 4 to college, and 2 of those have finished graduate school. One is an honors college student at George Mason, and one is working with a nonprofit. We still have a rising 10th grader to do well and to get through. And so after that 22 years, I have decided, and obviously to put all that experience together into a really really nice journal book. It's 101 tips for homeschoolers. And I have the tips. I also have a description and I have some lines for journaling. And so it's really a good book to help you kind of like basically love your homeschool experience. That is the subtitle. And so I am exhibiting here with the assistance of my husband. We have a table there in the exhibit hall. I also have a website and a Facebook page, Natalie Mack. So it's easy to find, as well as I do speaking and obviously authorship of books and articles. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes. All right. Moving on, we have EFM Educational Consultants. Could everybody just, we want to move a little faster so we stay with time, so we can get everybody in.
Thank you. Hi. I'm not going to take long because I know there are a couple people. I think so. I know there are a couple people waiting, but I am representing EFM Educational Consultants, and we have an educational consulting company. And we basically will support lots of homeschoolers. Our company was designed out of the desire to support struggling learners and specifically those students with disabilities. And so a lot of what we do is tutoring, but we also create classes, small group classes for homeschoolers that include students with disabilities in them. So right now we are running a series of math classes, primary, intermediate, all the way through high school, through algebra, that includes students with disabilities. The classes are authentically small, probably don't go over 5, so that everything can be individualized. But we also create a lot of community support activities that are ongoing on a monthly basis to include students with disabilities, because a lot of times students with disabilities are only able to be with other students with disabilities. So we enable activities for students to be with other non-disabled students. So that's kind of what EFM is all about.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next, we will have Empowering Learning Institute by Angela Page. Angela Page, Empowering Learning Institute. And,
guys, we're running out of time, so if you can quickly.
Let me see. I'm Angela Page, and I am the head educator and children's author book from Empowering Learning Institute. I'm a retired teacher from Prince George's County public school system, science educator. So, and I wasn't prepared to retire. I had to retire on disability. So I started Empowering Learning Institute, which is a STEM enrichment program. And I offer STEM enrichments 2 Saturdays a month, and also during the summer, 2 4-week programs. So I've started this even before I retired, and I have a lot of children have graduated this year from high school, and they are going in to STEM programs. I consult, give you information on how to set up your college schedule, because you need to go in and tell people your needs. And there's a certain way that our students need to set up their college schedules to be successful in science, technology, and engineering. And 2, because reading is so very fundamental, it develops our thinking and writing skills. And so many people are not comfortable with writing, where writing is a form of activism. I've started developing my own children's book. Okay, and this is another project, and some of my students who have come through Empowering Learning Institute have been paid as illustrators. So we're, just really trying to give back to the community. And you can come and see me. You don't have to purchase. Give me your name and your email, and I will send information. I'll be starting a YouTube channel with reading instructions, reading activities, and story time. Thank you.
I apologize. I'm just going to interrupt briefly. We do apologize because we're getting a little behind on time, but we are going to continue with the vendor spotlights. But while we continue, can these first two rows here, please go get your lunch. At this point, everything is over here. Please go ahead and start getting your lunch, these two rows here. And then once the line kind of settles down, the rest of you all. So while we're finishing the vendor spotlights, please get your lunch. And we are not going to delay our sessions. So we're going to quickly finish with vendor spotlights, and then we're going to head to session. And it's okay for you to eat in your sessions, okay? So we apologize for the delay.
Our next vendor is Voila, You Will Live Again, Dante Frost. Come on up, sir.
Thank you, Simona. Good afternoon. My name is Dante Frost, and the name of my company is Voila, You Will Live Again. It's the Christian logo flag. It represents those who believe in the faith of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and or life after life. It has a very, very profound meaning. I'm in my third year with it, and it's just something that the Lord put me in stewardship of to disseminate amongst the masses. I'll be down in room 227 if you want to come down and check it out. That way I can explain it to you a little bit more in detail. But it's something for all God's children. And it's uplifting and encouraging and just a constant reminder that there is life after life. So come on down to 227. Come on down and get your temporary crown. Or if you feel like it's not for you, just come on down and just allow me the opportunity to share with you. Thank you for First Baptist Church of Glen Arden for giving me this platform to share with you all. And God bless each and every one of you all. Thank you.
That's how men do it. You know how they do. Get the words out quickly. All right. The Patuxent Home Educator of Maryland. Come on down. Another guy to represent us.
Yes, another man that hopefully will be quick and let y'all eat. So my name is Ed Henko, and I have a homeschool tutorial in Bowie, Maryland for ages 6 through 13. We're a 4-day-a-week drop-off program for 5 hours each day, so Tuesday through Friday. This is our guide in our program, Sinclair, and we are here to give you one nugget to walk away with. I got a question for you. How many of you, through your lifetime as a child, had a lemonade stand? Raise your hand. Whoever put on a lemonade stand. It's such a cool experience. We have a children's business fair that is going to happen at Bowie Baysox Stadium on September 11th. So now imagine your little lemonade stand had 2,000-3,000 customers walking by. So we ran one in April. We had kids that sold out of their product. They made hundreds of dollars that day. We have kids selling books that they've written. They make walking sticks. They do all different types of things. That's the type of thing that we do in our program. I have flyers here for you. I'm going to leave them up on the front. Please take one. We would love to have you come. There's a $20 registration fee for the table, but the kids get an awesome swag bag, lots of stuff. So Chick-fil-A is a sponsor. So you go, that's all right. So lots of fun opportunities for kids to have a real world experience in entrepreneurship and become a lifelong learner. So thank you very much for letting me share.
All right, number 2, he did it. All right, last but not least, I just want to let you all know there are some of us walking around who are tutors. We have a couple up front. I'm actually a tutor for over 20 years. I do grammar from 4th to 10th grade, so I'm online. I tutor online. Some of our other, we have a math tutor, we have a elementary school tutor, so, and we have a, oh, we have 2 more vendors, okay, and we have a math tutor here. So you guys, we have flyers around, so you see me walking around, whatever, you can talk to us. We have 2 more vendors. Come on up. I didn't know, sorry. We have 1 more vendor, we have actually 2 more. Extend. Oh, I did. It's okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Dion Dawkins. This is Ellen Jones, and we are representing Extend Homeschool Tutorial. We are a 1st grade through high school a la carte program in Bowie. We meet at Mount Oak Church on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We have all of the core subjects. We offer all of the core subjects: math, science, social studies, and language arts. Through all grade levels. The way our program is set up, we have skilled professionals in a variety of areas, and it is a tutor chosen curriculum program, and that was one of the questions that we got at the table, whether the tutors worked with curriculum that parents chose, but it's actually a tutor chosen curriculum. The tutors put together the classes, they meet with students in a classroom setting on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then they pace them through the Monday, Wednesday, Friday curriculum for them to, in high school, they're more working independently. But for the lower grades, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday will be the day that they're working with their parents at home. We're in, I think, the first vendor room. We have flyers at our table. You can come by and chat with both of us. We still have some availability in some of the grade levels if you're looking for something specific, but we'd love to see you over in the vendor hall to chat. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, come on down.
Miss Simona, there's one more after her.
Oh, okay.
So I'm so glad that Miss Tony Johnson said, "Where's your stuff?" Because I can't do all of this in one breath. So let me start from the beginning. HSCC is a homeschool co-op that I started over 10 years ago, and we do classes and Legos and culinary and art and all that, orchestra, all those things. And then the Lord, during the plan or pan, whichever way you want to say, demic, downloaded through HSLDA, and Vicki Bentley and some others said, "Why don't you start a state organization? Where's Maryland?" So I started Home Educators of Maryland in 2019. And we cover support groups. We cover families. We support you. So whoever you are out there as a vendor, we would join together. There's no benefit to me as much as it is just for us to come together as one. And last but not least, this year, well, about 2021, the Lord started the Hall's Way to Educate. And what do? Everything. I have prayer partners wrote a book with her daughter. So we had a book signing and introduced the children to authorship. I wrote my own book. And then we have culinary, and we did a camp this year with Children of the Kingdom Global Academy, which is my umbrella. So yeah, there's 4 things, but I have 3 on the board. So I'm Vanessa Hall, and I just thank God for this opportunity that I was really slothful in moving in because I was tired because I have graduated my children and one is actually married. So I was done, and then the Lord said, "No, you're not." So here we are. I thank God for Miss Anita who opened this up to me, and all of you. God bless you, and heaven smile on you.
We have one more. She said there was one more. Is there one more? Okay, come on down. Yes.
All right. Last but not least, I'm really excited to share with you that your state organization, MACHI, is relaunching. For 30 years, if you got questions, they've been answering questions. I'm on the executive board team. Your chairman is Sue Manning, and we're very excited. We're being supported by all 50 states. We're excited. Idaho is working on the website. It's going to launch. You can take a sneak peek by going to machimd.org. machimd.org. We're going to have our state capitol day. We're very excited about advocating for you at the Maryland State Capitol. We'll have a Machi graduation, and you're hearing for the first time public, we have now a Machi convention. We are very, very excited. This is going to be a major launch, and we most importantly solicit your prayers. On our website, we'll be welcoming all of you guys who run homeschool businesses, so you'll be able to have your groups. And of course, we have a special spotlight for all of the umbrellas in the state of Maryland. We will serve all 23 counties in the state of Maryland. So please go to www.machemd.org. There's a place for you to subscribe so you don't miss a thing. Right now, our Rolodex is well over 4,000, and we want you on the list. We intend to pursue every single homeschooler so that when they run the foolishness that they ran at the last legislation, we'll be ready for them. God bless you.
Thank you. So the young lady said that the Lord told her to do it. That's because this is a ministry. Homeschool is a ministry. And so all that are doing it, you are very blessed, and our children are blessed. Like I said, Scripture says, train up your child to their bent. And you can do that best. One of the best ways is through homeschool. So thank you all for letting me be your spotlight leader. All right.
Yeah, you go ahead and do it. Okay, so as you all may have noticed, we're a little bit, those 6 minutes we had at the beginning, they're gone. Okay, but hopefully you all have been blessed and the content's been useful for you. So what we are transitioning to is in here, we have developing a plan with Miss Carla Fuller. Yeah, okay. Developing a high school plan. Specifically, all right? And she will be getting started in about 5 minutes. So I know some of you all are still eating, and you can continue, of course, through the session. The vendor area is open if you're not staying in here for developing a plan for high school, as well as athletics program NCAA parent process. Trina Ferguson is in room 229, and that has just actually begun, all right? So go on there. I think I'm going to pop in and speak a little bit in there about my daughter's experience playing soccer and getting picked up for D1. And then Trina has her experience. So if you're interested in athletics, and do homeschoolers get picked up for scholarships and play? They do. So that's a great workshop there. Then afterwards, we have another panel. This one's on socialization, the working mom. Who attended the working mom and homeschooling? I hope it was a blessing. We always need a little bit more time. We always have more questions, right? So definitely, as I said at the end of that panel, you can always find us. We are accessible. We're going to be here till you all finish and we leave, as well as many of us have ways to contact us later. So we have What About Socialization panel, and I'm going to do one on transcript basics, and then you can, I think it looks like a 10 main stage, so you can come back here and do a breakout. All right. And then again, we have giveaways at the end, so please stay around. I know. Homeschool hubby helping out. Mr. Fuller. Yes. A lot of high school parents. Who has high schoolers? Even if you're not homeschooling, who? Okay. All right. Who has middle schoolers? I knew that was the rest of it. If you were in high school, you got middle schoolers. You're thinking, I see 9th grade right there. It's looming really large, isn't it? Don't be afraid. It's so doable. It's so doable. Hopefully you'll hear that message constantly throughout the rest of today. She's coming.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. They need to hear you. I think your husband said yes, I'm right. What did I say?
No, well. So, okay, so yeah, so several years ago when we began our homeschool journey in New Jersey, and we were a part of a homeschool group that met, and there was a session one night on homeschooling high school. My boys were little and running around, but I felt like I wanted to know what was ahead. So if you're interested, you can stay and hear more. So there are many aspects to preparing for your children's education. And today we're just going to focus on the 4-year academic plan. And so this is the classes that your student will take that will lead to graduation and beyond. So you've seen a lot of the vendors who offer curriculum and things along those lines. What we're going to talk about today is how to put all that together. There is a sheet over there that he can pass out. That's my husband, Charles. He did this with me all these years. And so whether you're new to homeschooling or not, high school opens up a whole new set of things for you to be concerned about, but also a whole new set of opportunities and blessings as well. So as was said, my name is Carla Fuller, and along with Ladissa and Rochelle and Natalie, I serve on the HSLDA consultation team. Specifically, I work with high school. And your membership with HSLDA gives you access to a whole team of dedicated professionals who are available to offer you guidance and support as you navigate your way on your homeschool journey. And as we go along, remember that all of the things that we talk about today, you don't have to do alone. We're available, we're eager to help you with every aspect of planning for high school. The HSLDA motto, as you've heard today, is making homeschooling possible, and we mean that deeply. I am not new to homeschooling, but I am fairly new to HSLDA, but I can tell you that this is at the very heart of who HSLDA is as an organization, and who we are as individuals. Okay. So when you want to make a plan for high school, there's 2 main considerations that you need to keep in mind. One is your state's homeschool law. Is everybody here from Maryland? Okay, so the thing that you want to do is to make sure that you know what Maryland requires for high school. Some states do require specific subjects and or tests to be taken in high school. So you can look on the HSLDA website to see how to access that information directly. When you click on the drop down for legal, you'll see a link to the state homeschool laws. And when you do that, you're going to see this, and then you click on your state. It's an interactive map where you're going to see your state requirements. So what do you need to do in your state in order to homeschool? Do you have to send in a notice of intent, set up a private school, enroll in an umbrella oversight program, which is the case in Maryland? So you can see that information, and if there's any specific graduation requirements. For example, some states require that you take a health class. Some states require that you take a state-specific government class and before you can graduate. And all of that information you can find here. In fact, you can find all kinds of resources and answers to your questions on our website. Today, like I said, we're just going to talk about the 4 plans, but there's information at our website. This is probably one of the most visited sites at HSLDA, and you can find articles about if you're just considering homeschooling your teen, how do you plan for their journey, which electives and extracurriculars should they do, things along those lines you'll find at the website. Okay. All right. So the first consideration is your state requirements. The other consideration for what classes to offer is what path your student is on, what their plans are, what their goals are beyond graduation, beyond high school. And so up to now, your child has been focused on home, on school activities and responsibilities, and now they're starting to set their sights on their future and what they want to do and what they want to be out in the world. And you may have some ideas about things that you want for them to learn and to know before they set off. The word develop somebody was talking about the power of words, and the word develop has the word envelope as its root, right? So an envelope means to fold, which is obvious when you look at an envelope. To develop is to unfold, and that's what's happening with your children. Who they are, what their talents and capabilities are unfolding and are becoming clearer to you, but also to them. So the subjects that they take up to this point are usually fairly general. They have a wide scope maybe, and they build basic fundamental learning skills. By the time they get to high school, you have the freedom to tailor their education to the unique person that you see emerging. And even keeping any of your state requirements in mind, you can still, I think Lanissa maybe mentioned something like that earlier, even after you consider some of those requirements, you can still tailor their education to them, which is really exciting. Okay, so the 4 steps to homeschooling through high school: 1, begin with the end in mind; 2, plan and then implement your curriculum; 3 is record keeping; and 4 is graduation. Yay, always very exciting. One of the moms was talking about, mixed emotions. That is definitely true. So, beginning with the end in mind, home education gives you the privilege to design a 4-year plan that equips and prepares your teens for their future. This is a precious time in your life, in the life of your family, and it goes by so fast. And so it helps to take a moment before you start anything to think about what you want at the end. This is the time to also involve your child in discussions about what they might want to do. For some children, this is really clear. For others, then the path comes into focus further down the road. But I know one of the things that I did, my husband and I, again, at the beginning, was I wrote out just dreaming. It was a time to dream and to think about, okay, at the end of this, what do I want to be true about my sons? And, wrote it down and prayed about it. And a lot of the things that we had set an intention for them, we see continuing to unfold for them. So it's something that doesn't just happen when they're in high school. It's something that continues to follow with them. All right. The second step to developing a high school plan for your student is to decide on and then to plan on the path that they're going to take. So it's picking the classes, getting the textbooks, the curriculum, signing them up for online or co-op classes. All of the vendors that you've heard, today will follow from the plan that you choose. So before you start on any journey, it's good to have a map. So those are available. So as before you start on your destination, so you can plot out the subjects that your student will take. And if you do that at the beginning, along with thinking about what you want, maybe writing it down, take a minute to say, okay, for 4 years, this is what we're going to take. And once you have that, then you can concentrate year by year. And if you have to make adjustments in the plan, then you can always do that, right? But it's always good to start there. And remember, there's all kinds of downloadable forms and also, other information on the HSLDA website. Okay, the general plan is, it doesn't say that, okay. The general plan is for students who are not necessarily planning for college, but they're interested maybe in heading straight to the workforce. Somebody mentioned the mission field, or maybe enlisting in one of the armed services, or even getting training to go into one of the trades. College cost is skyrocketing, and I think everybody would agree that COVID changed a lot for everybody, changed a lot for college students, the way that a lot of colleges look. And so some students are thinking, okay, how do I make a life and a future for myself? So some of them are considering the trades. And so those kids would go to maybe a certificate program or vocational school for training. This plan equips a student with a basic education that will enable them to competently pursue their work. They're still going to be citizens, people in the world, and you want them to know how to learn, how to do things. And so that plan will help you do that. Okay, so the general plan has 5 academic core subjects, English or language arts, math, social studies or history, science, foreign language, and then the non-academic electives, which are phys ed, fine arts, and then other electives. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. Once your student has finished taking those, then they'll have between 20 to 22 credits that they can then use to fulfill the requirements that you've set for them for graduation. The other thing I wanted to mention is not only do you want to consider what path your student is on, you also want to consider what are your expectations for them. And so you can also have some things that you say, you know what, I just think it's really important for my child to know this or that. You know, for my sons, you know, and I'll tell you a little bit about them. You know, we have two sons. It was important for them to know how to do their laundry, how to cook, you know, there's some things that we just wanted to have them leave home knowing how to do. So the general plan is for, then we have, after that, the average. See, that I don't know why that's not showing up. That's okay. It's the average to strong college prep plan. So this is your typical college prep plan. This is for those students who are more likely to go to college. It's good even if you are not sure to plan for college, especially if your student shows any aptitude for higher learning at all. In fact, we often recommend that parents start off on the college plan for 9th and 10th grade, and then you can make adjustments in 11th and 12th when their plans come into sharper focus. That way, you don't have to scramble at the last minute when your child decides all of a sudden they do want to go to college, and you haven't done the classes. Okay. All right. So this is the average to strong college plan. And so what's different? The subject's not necessarily, right? But the number of credits are different. You go from 20 to 22 to now 24 to 26. So like I said, for the most part, you're going to study the same things, but the depth you go into, the level of difficulty, and the expectations of the student increase as they go from a general plan to a more rigorous plan, as we'll discuss. So here are some examples. So English classes expose students to the world of words. We were talking about that. It teaches them how to think, how to express themselves well in writing and in speaking. And it exposes them to the ideas of people across different places and times. So you would include things such as, you know, composition and grammar, you know, British literature, American literature, African-American writers, creative writing, journalism. Those kinds of things are what you would plot on your plan for language arts. And then for math, you know, you think about, you know, these requirements, but each of the subjects is designed to build something specific in us, right? And, you know, so English words, but math teaches a student to think critically and to solve problems. You know, a lot of students may say, I've heard my kids say, I will never use this. Why do I need to use this? Well, you will always have to solve problems. You will always have to look at a situation, analyze it, and think critically. And so math is one of those things that's just important to have for that reason alone. For a general diploma, you would maybe offer, say, general math or consumer math, business math, accounting, and maybe algebra 1. I know some parents who are saying, you know what, my child's not going to college, and, you know, do they have to go to algebra 2? Not necessarily. Some parents include personal finance here. It's not typically considered a math class, particularly for those who are going to college. But for those who are not, that's something that I've seen some parents include for their student. If they're headed to college, then you want to offer 3 to 4 of these, and even more if they're considering a degree in STEM, you know, science, technology, engineering, and math. All right. I don't know why that's doing that. Okay, so you would include algebra 1 and 2, geometry, pre-calculus and trigonometry, calculus, and statistics for those kids who are, you know, really super motivated. Okay, so for history, these are the classes, obviously, that give them a window into the past and to help them think critically about what the future may hold. I've heard somebody say that there's 2 things that we as parents offer to our children. One is a mirror We reflect to them who they are, who we see them to be, and try to, have them see themselves accurately. And the other is a window. We provide them a window to the world so that they can see what the world is really like. And history is one of those things that helps us with that. It tells us about, the course of human existence, the ways of man. And so you would include courses such as, history, geography, world history, American history, all of those things. And even some of the social studies like economics, sociology, religious studies, those are included there. And then science topics. Science also encourages critical thinking, and it encourages the scientific process, which they can use in other areas as well of life. This is what helps them ask the question, what will happen if? Right? And so for a general diploma, you would offer 2 to 3 of science classes. So maybe physical science, general, or earth science. If they're considering going off to STEM programs, then you would include things like, physics, biology, anatomy and physiology, chemistry. Those would be the subjects you would do there. And then foreign languages. So these are designed to help a child learn about the language and culture of other people. The general plan indicates that foreign language is optional, but with a college prep curriculum, then you should have at least 2 years of a foreign language. And the current guidance is that a student should take the same language all the way through. So so for the student who say, oh, maybe I want to take this or I want to take that, for a college, they want to see that because it shows some level of mastery and it shows some progression in studies. So it would be, science, French, all the foreign languages. I think probably 2 of the subjects that are the most intimidating for parents to think about teaching in high school are math and foreign language. So you can make the plan, you can set the vision for your student, but you don't have to be the one to teach everything. As you've seen, there's a lot of co-ops, there's a lot of online classes, there's dual enrollment when they get to a point where you think they are mature enough to handle being in a college, a community college environment. There's tutors, and there are some curricula out there, they do most of the work for you so that you don't have to. I think Anita mentioned earlier about, I didn't do this in school. It doesn't. There's so many resources that are available. Our youngest son, Zachary, was, I don't know why, I don't know where this came from, but he was really interested in learning Russian. I think at the time he wanted to go into the Air Force and he was thinking about maybe a diplomatic career or something, but he wanted to learn Russian, which was not coming from my husband or me. So we enrolled him in an online program so that he could fulfill his foreign language requirement. And then the other thing is fine arts. I had a nice picture there too. Oh well. The fine arts are those things that they engage the mind and the spirit in a way that the other subjects just can't do. We heard the singers over here. It's so important. Just using sound and color. It uplifts the spirit. I think that these things, I don't think that they're elective. Actually, that's what electives are. They mean that you can elect to take them or not. I don't think that should be the case for fine arts. I think it's just too important for human beings. And I think we just transcend, what we can touch and see. And I think that's important. But anyway, so activities like art, painting, drawing. The young lady who also sang, I noticed her in one of the other sessions, she was drawing, and she's also very good at that as well. So obviously that's a dominant feature of her brain development. But anyway, art, painting, drawing, sculpture. And when times are hard, I don't know if you sing, it gives you a sense of control over something. That's why I think it's important. Music, musical instruments, choir, worship music, theater, dance, drama, and photography. And originally, poetry was considered one of the fine arts. And then we have physical education. So some homeschoolers have access to group gym classes. We did when our boys were in high school. There's sports teams. Our boys played with the Eastern Christian Conference, which is a network of homeschool kids who played different sports. Our boys played football. It's competitive. Some of the kids have even been scouted for college teams, volleyball, basketball, and the like. But this is a place where you can be creative. The idea is you want to have your child moving, you want them active. Some parents even include some instruction in health and nutrition. Walking, weightlifting, gym, community centers offer opportunities for you to have your child be physical, swimming. Okay, so you have the general plan, the average to strong college prep plan, and then the third plan to consider is rigorous. And this is the plan that you would use for super motivated students. Those are the students that are interested in going to the Ivy League schools, military academies such as the Air Force Academy or something along those lines. And for the rigorous plan, you see that the credits go from 20 in the general plan to 26 to about 30 credits total over the course of the 4 years of their education. And they include the same core subjects, but at this point, there is an expectation that the students will take all of these all 4 years of high school. And there's also the expectation of more intensity and more challenging coursework. This is why there can be more emphasis on them taking AP classes or attending college, earning dual enrollment credits. These both show a student's ability to meet the standard that's usually set at these more selective colleges and programs. The AP stands for, advanced placement, designed many, many years ago to give students the opportunity to earn credit early for those super motivated kids that are definitely headed off to college. They're administered by the College Board, and they offer college-level curricula to high school students. To earn AP credits, the class has to be taught by an approved instructor using approved texts and assignments. So homeschool parents usually are not the ones who are going to be able to offer these themselves. Usually they have to do so at an outside institution. HSLDA Online Academy does offer AP courses to individuals, private schools, co-ops, etc. And the students who pass the class are then able to document that on their transcript, which is very helpful in college admissions decisions. And they're also able to sit for the AP exam in that subject to potentially earn college credit if they get a score of 3 or 4. Very, very hard to do. But if you look at HSLDA Online Academy, you see the average, the global score nationally, and then the academy average score, which is actually pretty good. And then the third step to developing a high school plan is record keeping. Keeping good records as you go along is so important in minimizing stress and in ensuring that you're heading in the right direction that you want to go to with your students, right? So you set the plan, you mapped it all out, and then every year now you want to make sure that you're collecting the information that you need. So some category of records are those you just want to maintain for your own purposes, your own planning, your own notes. Other people may not necessarily see any of these lesson plans, tests that you give, their grades. Those are things that you will keep, for your own purposes. And then maybe course descriptions are in there with one exception, which I'll tell you about. And then the others that you'll need to keep in mind are things that you might be asked for at some point. Medical records, contact information, and you want to keep a log of the extracurricular activities that your student is involved in. That's also important. And then the next category are the records that you prepare that will be used to open doors for your students to jobs, scholarships, and college admissions. And one of the most important of these is the transcript. All right. Let's see what I say. Hold on a second. Yeah, transcripts. Okay. So these transcripts are used to keep yourself accountable to the plan that you've set. Again, adjustments can be made to a document that's already in process. HSLDA has a number of resources available to members to help with writing up transcripts. We have a transcript service that you can subscribe to, that they maintain the transcripts for you. And then we also have templates that you can download from our website and do on your own. And one of the functions that we have, in fact, one of the main functions that we do as consultants is help people with their transcripts. There's going to be a transcript session, I think, after this one, at some point after this time. And, because often, parents choose to do their own. And so anyway, this is such an important document. We want to make sure that it's something that you feel comfortable with and confident in. And that is going to be one of the keys that's going to open the doors to your students' future. The other document that's important for you to have is, and I didn't hear a lot of people talking about this early on. One is a letter of recommendation for your student. Those who know them academically and those who know them personally. You don't necessarily think that you want to gather those as you go along. That's very important. If you have a coach, somebody at your church, somebody, maybe they have a part-time job, a boss, or if they do a co-op class or something along those lines, and you want to see if you can get that person to write a letter of recommendation for you. Particularly for homeschool, if you get to the point where you want to do college entrance, they're going to want those external, one of our consultants, I think they called it, external or independent evidence of academic ability. They want to know that it's not just mommy saying, that, they're good or whatever. And then the other thing that I was actually a little bit surprised about was the counselor's report. When we began the process of, applying for colleges for our boys, many of the schools that they applied to wanted the guidance counselor's report. And that's just one of the many hats that we wear as homeschoolers. You're the teacher, you're the administrator, and you are the guidance counselor. And so you may be asked to give a statement about your student. What strengths and limitations they have that will have some bearing on their next chapter. And so you also might want to, as you're, kind of thinking with the end in mind, maybe include in there a thought about why you homeschool and what approaches you're going to take. Because I remember that was one of the things that was asked of us. And, to be honest, it was something that was actually a good exercise for me at the end, because it helped me to see that what we set out to do, the Lord actually helped us to accomplish. All right, so this is just a sample of a yearly final grade transcript, that's the format that most people are familiar with. It lists the classes that your child took to fulfill their graduation requirements that you set, no matter where they were taken. It records the final grades and the credits earned in that class. It gives an academic summary of the cumulative grade point average. And also, let's see, can I raise that? Nope. And it provides an explanation of certain items in the notes section. So, where those are in your transcript, you don't color code them. This is just an example. But in the notes, you'll see an explanation of something. Some people put their grading scale in there. Some put, this class was taken at this, there, or the other place. So that's important. All right, so many parents want to know how to determine credits for classes, and we can, go over that in the next slides. So these are the three main ways: between 75 to 80% completion of a curriculum or a text. You want log hours or dual enrollment. If you choose a curriculum from a reputable publisher, an online provider, you can look to see how many credits are earned upon completion of the text. Or you can grant a credit once 70 to 80% of that material has been covered. So you have some freedom in how you use a text. You want to make sure that your student is learning. especially if they're going to be going into other learning environments. You want to make sure that that level is there. But you also want to be able to maintain some freedom to decide what you want to cover or not. This gives you the ability to do that, but also grant them a full credit for the work that they have done. And then the other way to determine a credit is to use what's called Carnegie units. So 1 credit is earned in a certain number of hours devoted to instruction and activities across the academic year. It was just developed as a measure of the amount of time that a student has studied a subject, right? So in the beginning, when Carnegie units were first used, a total of 120 hours in one subject, meeting about 4 to 5 times a week for about 40 to 60 minutes over 36 to 40 weeks earned 1 high school credit. Currently, we see 150 hours for the core academic subjects, which is about 5 hours a week per week for about at least 30 weeks. Or 180 for some of the science classes that should include an hour of lab. I think when we were talking about science, I forgot to mention that particularly for a college prep program, you want to make sure that those sciences include a lab portion. And there's tons of resources online to know how to do that if you don't have access to a class or to a co-op. And then 120 hours for electives, PE, fine arts, and then 60 hours for half a credit is how those are usually earned. And then many parents enroll their students in community college where they can earn both high school credit and college classes. One of the benefits of community college is that they just have access to things that we as homeschoolers don't have to scramble around and do. It's right there offered in the college. They can take classes to fill in some of the core requirements. They can also take classes that they're interested in. And it also gives them an opportunity to try out college in an environment while they're still safe in your home, you're still monitoring, they're still accountable to you, but it teaches them also how to be accountable to another teacher, professor, which is really important when they're making that transition from homeschool to the college environment. Different states call it different things. I know in Virginia we call it dual enrollment. And you're able to decide, for the most part, how you want to convert those. But traditionally, it's 1 high school credit for each 3 to 5 college course taken in about an 8 to 15 week semester. So in addition to dual enrollment, the transcript is also going to include the classes that you take at other places, the online classes, the co-ops. And remember, you oversee the curriculum, but you don't have to teach everything. And so if you don't have access to some of those things, obviously Maryland is very rich and very unique. New Jersey, where we came from originally, did not have as many opportunities as I see that you have here in Maryland. But HSLDA has an online academy that also provides a full array of academics, in addition to the AP classes that I mentioned to you earlier. We offer a $50 to $100 discount per class for HSLDA members, and there's an early bird special for registration in March when you can get maximum savings on your course. HSLDA Online Academy, unlike some online programs, is highly interactive. So it's something that's important, and we're going to be talking about socialization in a minute. And so that may be one of the things that you want to keep in mind, that they get the benefit of an online program, but they also get the benefit of some opportunity to interact with other teachers and other students. And the other aspect of record keeping is grading. And grading is also something that causes concern for parents. You can find out more information on our website, on our grading page, like how to grade high school assignments, how do you grade a high school course, how to use a rubric or a standard The one thing that we recommend is to decide fairly early how you're going to grade your child and to let them know so that they know what's expected of them. And it's something that can pile up. It causes sometimes a lot of guilt, a lot of anxiety for parents about that grading. But there are ways, the main reason for it is so that they can help and again have something external that they're accountable to. And it also gives them feedback. It helps them know how they're doing, how they're learning. It gives you an opportunity to know how they're doing. And it can be as simple as a check system, a check plus if they did a really good job on it, or a check, okay, you gave it to me, it's okay. A check minus, we need to work on this if it's late or something along those lines. So it can be easy. And one of the things that, the consultants can help you do if you're an HSLDA member is help you with that grading as well. Okay, so it can be a simple plan for grading, a grade book. You want to add percentage grades, utilize weighted averages, all of those things. And for the non-academic electives, you want to set a reasonable standard. Just in a way for you to assess how your student is doing. I had a parent who I spoke to. Her son was really involved in computers, and she's like, I don't know how to assess that. I don't know how he's doing, but I bet you know someone who is very good at computers, somebody that you can have your child explain to this person this thing, and then let them give you feedback about what your child knows. So sometimes you can get feedback, not just with you, but with someone else who may have some experience with that subject. All right, one of the things that homeschoolers have the time to do sometimes is to pursue interests and activities outside of academics. And sometimes even more than coursework, these are the activities that form what may become a lifelong interest or even a career path. They tell not just how your student performs in school, but also who they are. And college admissions counselors want to see what a student can add to the school, and so they ask for these activities on applications. These are best described on an extracurricular sheet rather than on the transcript, which is just a list of grades and credits and things. The extracurricular sheet, we say it's like your brag sheet. This is where you can talk. It's a resume is actually what it is, and it should be on one form like a resume, and talks about what kinds of activities your student is involved in. It used to be that if you were, super smart and you got really good grades, you could pretty much, write your ticket and go to any college you want. Nowadays, they want a well-rounded student, right? And so many colleges, there's some students like, I got straight A's, I got, high scores on the SAT. Why didn't I get accepted? Because this other student showed leadership, they showed initiative, they had a business, they did this, that, and the other thing. So making time to build in extracurricular activities for your student is extremely important. And again, it may be, I think the extracurriculars and the electives may be the thing that sparks something in your children. Our oldest is very interested. In fact, I didn't mention our oldest is 24. And he graduated from our homeschool and went on to pursue a political science degree. And our youngest is in the middle of his engineering degree at Virginia Tech. And for both of them, even though they were homeschooled in the same place, their records, their transcripts, their extracurriculars are very, very different because we were able to gear their activities to what they were interested in. So my one son was very interested in civics. That was his extracurricular activity. And the youngest was able to be involved in robotics. And that's one of the things that he wants to do as an electrical engineering major at his school. And so those are very, very important. And then the fourth step is graduation. And so once your son or daughter has met the requirements that you've set, it's time for them to graduate from your homeschool. This is a very special time. It should be celebrated in some way as an accomplishment, not just by them, but also by you. Have a party, go on a vacation, do something to celebrate. You've been right on that journey with them. And so that's very, very important. There are many groups and organizations that offer graduation ceremonies for homeschoolers so that you can mark this really important transition. you will have the privilege of then granting them their high school diploma, which they will then walk off into their future. And all of our children leave us with still more work to be done. High school graduation is not the end of their education. It's not the end of anything. As Anita talked about, I'm a very different person than I was before I started this journey. They will be, and you will be. You have been growing and developing, unfolding together. And so I think that it's something to celebrate, but also to know that your children will still develop, but they will take all of the tools and the lessons and the things that you've imparted to them to their next endeavor. And the main thing that you've taught them to do is to learn. And I bet one thing that's true for most homeschool students is a really good sense of self-awareness that they will take with them. And so one of the things that you're able to do is to give them a personalized diploma, cap and gown. You can do that from and get that from the HSLDA store. And for those of you who are not yet members of HSLDA, it's about $130 a year, $12 a month. And as has already been talked about, we are here to make homeschooling possible. In every sense of that word, they work tirelessly to make sure that that happens through what their original intention was, is to protect homeschoolers who were coming under fire for the strange way of keeping their kids from the school, to expanding into all kinds of things like consultation. We have a growing bilingual English as second language program, special needs, the transcript service. There's so many things that the outreach program. There's many things that HSLDA is growing into as homeschooling grows, and as we observe what the needs are of the homeschool community. HSLDA is there to help meet that need and to help make homeschooling possible. All right. For those of you who are interested, you can see me later, or Lanisser or Rochelle. If you are interested in HSLDA Online Academy, there's a $30 additional discount today because you've attended today's session, and that would be your code for that. And I think that's it. Thank you for joining me. I know we're supposed to be in a socialization panel right now, so I don't know if you have any questions or anything before, then I'm happy to answer any questions. Or if you have any information that you want to share. Yes. Sure.
Is there any grading software that you recommend, or is it sufficient just to do like an Excel spreadsheet for grading?
Oh, yeah. Oh, so what the question was, is there a program for grading, or is it sufficient to do it on an Excel form? And I would say anything that enables you to do grading and to stay on top of it, if it helps you to do it on an Excel form, then that's fine. I know that there's a lot of planning, homeschool planning software. Like one of them is myschoolyear.com. That's one place that you can go because it will help you with grading, help you keep track of grading, help you plan out your curriculum. They will enable you to log course descriptions, and just keep track of all these things that we're talking about. It helps make that possible. And there's another program called Homeschool Planet, Homeschool Planet, which is another program that enables you to do grading and to keep track of your curriculum. Back when, it feels like back in the old days when I did it, I had both. I needed an online program to help me, but I also did things on a sheet to keep me accountable to grading. So whatever keeps you accountable and gets you to do it is what you should do. Anything else? Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate you spending this time with me. My name is Carla Fuller. If you did think of something and you wanted to ask a question, then you can reach me at HSLDA. And the number is 540-338-5600, and you can reach me there. So thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys, and God bless you in your homeschool journey. Thank you. And I'm mad that my slides didn't show, but anyway.
What about socialization? You could tell them that your kid is going to be the next president and that they just, qualified to attend Harvard. It does not matter what you say. The next statement will always be, what about socialization? If you have heard that, if you're homeschooling and you've heard that at least once, would you raise your hand? All right. And what you say afterwards is what we're going to be talking about. And I don't know if there are any quick fix answers to this. We're going to begin because we want to be cognizant of our time. And so I have here the beautiful Dr. Rochelle Somerville. I'm Lanissa James, and the beautiful Vicki Tillman will be joining us in just a moment. And we are thrilled to talk about this topic. So before we get started, we do want to get some context of how many people you're homeschooling and how long you've been at this homeschool journey. So I'm going to pass the mic to Dr. Rochelle so she can share.
Let's see. I have 6 children, and I have been homeschooling for 15 years. And so socialization is not an issue.
I think it's socializing together, right?
And my friend here, Lanissa, she has 7, right? So when we get our kids together, socialization is not an issue.
Wonderful. So about how many times have you heard the question?
I have heard, even with my 6, I still hear the question, what about socialization? And I assure you that it's not an issue. As a matter of fact, when I first started homeschooling, you still hear it quite a bit. And the reality is that when you homeschool, you actually have to pull back from the amount of socialization that you get your kids involved in, because you start to hear the noise, and you start to get nervous a little bit. Okay, well maybe I do need to do something, and then you look for all these things, and I started to look for co-ops and this, but as soon as you leave that house, the whole day is gone. You may just go to a co-op for 1 hour, but once you take your kids out the house, it's like that whole resettling thing. The day is gone, and so, but socialization is definitely not an issue.
So my first name is Lanissa, and I have 7 children from ages 24 to 6. I am now still homeschooling just 4. We're almost at the halfway point. Yes, I told my son if he would go ahead and start his curriculum now, I could get to the halfway point. But socialization is a question that people ask, and it has nothing to do with the size of your family. They could be perfectly interacting with each other, and people still want to know, what about socialization? Really, what they're saying is, what about the other kids that are not family members? How do homeschoolers interact? And I want to be honest that when I first started homeschooling almost 17 years ago, I clearly was the only person on my street. I dare say I was the only person in my whole development with over 600 houses. I felt like I was the only person on the planet, because that's how you feel until you begin what I call koinonia, that fellowship process. And it's already begun for you. If you're here or if you're watching, you're in a community of other homeschoolers. So now you are not alone. What I have found is the socialization is not the issue, is how you teach your children how to communicate, how you communicate, how you build relationships is really the answer, because there are people all around us all the time, right? You may go to one homeschool event and there are people around you. How do you exchange numbers? How do you meet back with that person? What does that look like, and all of that? So we'll talk, but meanwhile, I want you to meet our newest panelist, Vicki.
I'm Vicki Tillman from 7sistershomeschool.com and National Homeschool Advocacy also. And I have chocolate, and I would love it if everybody just takes some on their way out today, because I don't want to drive home with it. So I have 5 kids. They've all graduated. When my kids, the oldest ones, went off to college, they were the first homeschoolers at their college, they thought. And then I remember my oldest son calling me up and saying, so I was sitting in a study group and someone came out of the closet that they were homeschoolers. And then a couple other of them look at each other and say, "You too?" You know? So in those days, it wasn't as common. Now what colleges are doing is recruiting them because they have found that homeschoolers, by and large, have learned the life skills of how to be good people and how to talk to the new person at church and how to take responsibility for leadership and how to serve in their community. That's what socialization is.
I love that. Wonderful. Carla, did you want to lead us on something? Did you want to introduce yourself?
Well, no, so I'm Carla Fuller. I'm one of the high school consultants with HSLDA, and it looks like the ladies have already gotten started. But I don't know if anybody talked about a definition of what socialization is, and that you are learning how to relate to others, but you're also socialized to other things. You're socialized to values, and you're socialized to ideas. And so I want to ask the ladies, how do you think homeschooling is it equips you to be able to socialize your children to those important things?
Homeschooling gives you the time. I will tell you that we're in such a, you heard the expression, the hurried child. The hurried child. We're in such a hurry. We don't have time to exchange numbers, to get to know each other, to plan another outing. And so homeschooling has allowed our family to move at God's speed. And God wants us to be, connected. I'm excited to meet so many of you here, whether you're online or whether you're live. I think we need to make time for that. And so, to make a long story short, that's who we've become. We've become the family that recognizes, like you said, there's a new kid here, or excited that we're going to a new homeschool group, or connecting with other people. I think so. Homeschooling has assisted me. I don't think we paid attention to that so much before. You just kind of had that harried life. Now it's very noble to be connected with other people.
I do. Relationships are so important, and I think it's something that is becoming less and less a priority for people in society. And I think this is some of the issues that we are seeing today. And so this is a priority in my house. We do a lot with understanding the perspective of others. We stop our day and we literally, as we watch things that are happening in society, we talk about how our actions impact others, because I think that's really, really important, especially for young people, because I think right now we're living in a society where it's all about me, and so we don't take enough time to think about others. And so for us, it's really, really important in our house to really, really take on the perspective of others, not only from a God perspective, but to also consider our actions and how it impacts others, because I think that's really, really important in terms of dealing with relationships.
One of the things that Lanissa mentioned is that our kids are around people all the time. They're in the neighborhoods, at the grocery store, whatever. And so the other thing is that socialization for homeschooling children is more natural and it's organic to how they'll actually, be living their lives. And one of the things that we all know once we get to a certain point is not everybody's the same, right? Everybody is different. And so it teaches them about how to deal with people across age, across race, across ability, across ideas. We're a Christian family. You're not always going to encounter people who share that same conviction. How do you interact with them? And I think one of the problems we see sometimes with a more traditional environment is that everybody is socialized to be the same, and difference is punished in a way. And so I think that's something that's very, very important to consider with homeschooling. Another thing I want to ask is about sibling relationships. How do those relationship between sibling and also relationship between parents and child, how does that help with the socialization process?
I'll start real quick, but I'm going to pass it down to the mom with 7. So I did, and there is no such thing as a perfectly peaceful house all the time. So if somebody ever tells you that, they're not the truth. But we can have some principles. We can have some ideas. And to socialize our children on being respectful of each other and teaching them the values of, you start in the being Christ-like by loving each other and treating each other kindly, and then and nudging them when they are not doing that. So the good news is, if you take the long view, by the time they're 24, they're all best friends.
Right. That is
So
very true.
just hold on to, give them training and the expectation, the value, the socialization, socialization is passing on those values.
That's right.
And so you give them the value of respecting and loving each other. They'll act it out at least by 24.
So there is hope.
There's hope. There's hope. Yeah. So she asked about the relationship. I shared about having a background with the Myers-Briggs type indicator, and understanding that will look different for different personalities in your home. The introvert versus the extrovert, and building relationships. Like, for instance, I know that when it's time for me to really connect with my introverted kids, I really have to slow down. You have to slow down. You have to sit down. You have to get into a posture where they're comfortable with speaking with you, because, my introverted kids don't want to kind of talk on the go. They want a setting where they can have privacy. How about that? They don't even want to talk when other people are around. So I think that when we look at the mother and child, right, or the parent and child relationship, I think we need to be mindful of the needs of the people, of your children. And I also mentioned in my other workshop about me being more of a feeler, my mom being more of a thinker, and how our relationship evolved after we understood or took away the blind spots of the differences in our personality. Whereas she was taking care of things, executing things for our household, which was great. She felt like she was doing a great job, and I just needed a hug.
Right.
And understanding how that impacts the relationship with your children, being able to know what their love language is, right? And what I love is that homeschooling, that's a whole class. You can spend a whole day on love languaging and asking questions to find out what they enjoy, and making their education delightful just by the relationship. And then, kind of like Vicki said, if anybody tells you that there's no conflict between sibling in the house, they'll lie about other things, okay? And there are. But what I love about homeschooling is that it gives me a platform to which to teach my children that this is the expectation that mama has. I tell them, I said, I'm all of your mothers. Do you think I enjoy hearing you argue?
That's right.
And they look back kind of puzzled, like they had never thought of that. It never crossed their mind. And it's so important that we have those conversations. I cannot tell you how many people grow up their whole lives and they don't realize the pain they bring upon their parents by arguing among siblings.
That's right.
That's a whole book. Am I right?
Yeah. That's right.
So homeschooling has helped us address some issues that I know that if we were not in the speed of life, that we would have not addressed. And then it becomes an adult conversation of how you're treating your siblings. So I actually enjoy that part.
Let me tell you a little story. My son, who's now 19, when he does a lot of course, when you are homeschooled, the relationship is very different than traditional. If you're traditionally schooled, my son has always been very, very close. Of course, he's the first. He's the oldest, and so he has a different job in the family. He's always been a caretaker, but he's always been a mama's boy. Don't tell him I said that. So we've always been very close. And when he went off to college, we're still very, very close. And he FaceTimes me a lot, right? When he's right there at UMBC. And so every weekend he was coming home, right? And I was like, listen, this has got to stop. Okay. Now we have got to cut the cord. You got to stay on campus. Okay, so he did that for about the first month, and my husband was like, "You got to stop picking him up." And I said, "Okay, I'm working on it. Okay, so we finally got to the point where he stopped coming home, and so we would FaceTime. It was good times. We FaceTime, and his friends would always they would start coming in the room. Like, "Are you talking to your mother again? Is that your mom?"
Yes.
But it wasn't a punitive thing. It was like, I never talked to my mom like that. I can't believe you're talking to your mom. Wow. I wish I did have a relationship like that with my mom. And it just warmed my heart to hear them say things like that, But it also broke my heart at the same time that they said that they couldn't talk to their parents.
Yeah.
So I cherished that relationship, and through it all, I just did a workshop on curriculum, and what I say is, I never homeschool for the intention of making geniuses.
Right.
my main priority was always to maintain the relationship.
That's right.
So we've had our highs and lows, but if nothing else, I have always made maintaining a relationship a priority.
You know, one of the things that everybody loves their children. You know, nobody has children to not love them. But I think one of the things that homeschooling enables you to do is to manifest, express that love in a way that you don't always get to do when your kids are gone and they're away from you. That also provides more opportunities for you to have conflict, because the closer we are to one another, the closer we are to sin against one another. But there may be also a need or an opportunity to say, kind of like what Rochelle said, okay, academics have to stop today. We have a problem. There's something that we need to address, and it gives you the ability to do that, address it on the spot, teach them that skill, which they will take with them into every relationship they will have. And it will also be something that they will likely repeat when they make their own families. I think that's how we transform from generation to generation and get better and get closer to the heart of God and what God's intentions are for family. I obviously am a fan of homeschooling, and I really feel like it's one of the ways that we can really do that. One of the things you guys talked about is mother-child relationships. One of the things that I've seen and I've heard talked about, kind of, Rochelle, you can talk to your parents in a way that maybe other parents don't get. Are there boundaries and limits that you draw, or do you feel like, it's a free-for-all? How do you do that as you socialize your children to who you are and what your needs are as parents?
I have always had an open door policy with my kids. I've always been very transparent in terms of being open and allowing them to know that it's a safe place to have discussions. And so with that, I think that always coming from a biblical standpoint and allowing them to express themselves. We've been able to talk about very difficult things that you probably typically would not have discussions with your child with, but coming from a biblical standpoint, it makes the conversation a little bit easier. We don't come from worldviews or anything like that. And so coming from a biblical standpoint, we open up that Bible and then we pull apart real difficult issues. And so we've always been very transparent about having open conversations with our kids.
Yeah, this is a great question about the boundaries. I know for my family, my mom and I are close, and so I will call her Roz, and so they have seen the communication between me and my mother, and so it's hilarious to me when they say Lanissa, or I hear them talking about me in third person. Lanissa said. And what warms my heart when I think about the early years with my mom and dad, when you didn't know them as well, I feel known by them, and that's important to me. I know that this can be a challenging topic because I know with my mother-in-law, she wasn't as excited about them using her first name. So we have to be mindful of where it fits and where it doesn't fit.
Right.
For me, they use it with a lot of adoration and endearment. Although I did find out that they had another chat that was outside of the family chat, so who knows? They could be talking about me right now. They all do that. But in terms of communication, that really helps. We do have a family chat too, by the way, so that when there's a conversation that the whole family needs to hear, everybody can hear it at the same time. And it's also a way for kids to respond, because I'll text something, is it just your teens or is it mine? Is it just my teens that don't respond sometime when you call them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then I'll just have this whole blanket thing like, honey, just turn off all Wi-Fi cell phones. Then all of a sudden they come out of the woodwork. Now they're responding. I'm thinking if the phone doesn't work, there must be a problem. Just turn it off. And so, so we try to keep light of humor. I mean, it is a lot of challenging places when you live with a lot of people like that. Right? I mean, it's 11 of us. but we take the side of a lighter side. We laugh to keep from crying. They post memes of crazy things that's going on, and it really helps, guys, because you have to be a lot lighter about it. I think we've passed the stage of being uptight about it, and now it's funny. And even sometimes they'll make jokes out of you, who you are too.
Oh yeah.
Like, here she come, and then I'll see a meme of like a drill sergeant or something come by.
Yes.
Just laugh at that stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I really value what y'all said, and want to add, my kids had open door. They could come to me anytime and talk about anything, and that sometimes was heartbreaking or frustrating, and sometimes joyful. And the boundary I tried to keep was to remember that even though they were teens and very deep thinkers and good conversers, that they were always my kid and I was always the mom. So if I had mom kind of problems that needed to be solved, that wasn't their job to hear that.
Right.
And so there were just some things that don't belong to children. And when they're 32, they'll talk about those things.
One of the things that I've noticed is that your powers of observation about each other increase, when you're homeschooling, what you observe about your children, you use that as you educate them, as you interact with them, but also their ability to observe some things about us. And one of the things that I have found is the need to be humble, to have humility as they reflect to me. I talked in the last session about, providing a mirror for your children. Sometimes they held up a mirror to me and I didn't always like what I saw. And so part of that socialization process is also esteeming their observations and their perceptions and having the humility to say, you know what, you're right, I'm wrong. I'm sorry, to ask for forgiveness before the Lord and to say, I've asked the Lord to forgive me for this and now I ask you to forgive me. Have you ever had those moments where you needed to exercise humility as your children interact with you?
And say you're sorry. Yeah. That's when you got 5 kids, when you got 1 kid. Yeah, but the more you get, the more opportunities of saying, well, I blew that one, sorry about that. That really, we're just humans. But modeling for our kids that we can say, I'm sorry and I'm learning from this, or I'm sorry, how did that make you feel? That's hard to hear,
Yes.
But it was important. And again, it's socializing them to be the kind of people that will help them be healthier as adults.
That's right.
I love that. You said the magic word, healthier.
Right.
Healthier as adults, because we've had some transparent conversations about personality and conflict in ways that I may have been offending them and unaware, right? And once you're made aware, you have to, like you said, have the mirror back up and take a look at yourself. And it's nice that in homeschooling and in any setting, but especially in homeschooling, you can look back and say that I hadn't intended to hurt you.
That's right.
I didn't mean to hurt you. Or mommy is sorry about how you're feeling, or maybe you're misunderstanding what I'm saying and giving them an opportunity to revisit their emotions as to why they're feeling the way they're feeling. And if you have some teens, you're going to get a lot. And if you're homeschooling a teen for the first time, meaning you're homeschooling and your child is a teenager, just prepare yourself for an outpour, right? Maybe even some emotional breakdowns,
Right.
because they've not had this open mic. They haven't had this access to you, right? Because maybe by the time in the evening, everybody's moving pretty fast to reset for the next day. So you have to provide that space where your teens or your students, even your younger ones, like Layla, she's a kindergartner. She says, Mommy, we're having a good day. I love to hear that from Layla. That's when I know. And she hasn't quite articulated when there's a bad day, but there's times, where she realized things are not going good, but she's my barometer. She's like, it's been a good day, Mommy.
Yes.
Whereas, sometimes my teens, you also have to pay attention to behavior. Please don't just look for words.
That's
because you
right.
may not get words.
Absolutely.
There are some signs. You'll begin to observe your children in a certain physical demeanor,
Right.
or hiding out, or long stays in the bathroom.
Yes.
Those teens, there are a lot of things that you would have never noticed
Right.
that you will see, and it's their cry out for help.
That's right.
It's their request from attention from you.
I think Vicki said it best. I think a lot of it is humbling, and when you do have more, you are humbled even more. But it does give you the opportunity to model, what you want for your kids. Of my crew, I have one girl who likes to point out all of my faults. She lets me know everything I do, but it gives us a platform to talk. We don't always see eye to eye, so it definitely gives us a platform to discuss lots of different perspectives, about the way she feels, the way things are from her perspective, and so again, it does allow me to model accepting. When I have unintentionally hurt her. So whether it's wrong or not, how she feels is how she feels. That's what I've accepted. So I've grown through her perspective, and so it's always I always say through homeschooling I have learned more than I have taught, and I love that. I absolutely love that.
I think it might be time to open up for some questions. If anybody has any questions, or if any of the panelists have another reflection they want to offer.
One more. So, because all of us are going to be asked at some point, what about socialization?
Yes.
If I could give you the encouragement, to have a canned response, like an elevator pitch,
Yes.
All right. So the definition of socialization, if you look in a dictionary or a human development or psychology, sociology book, is the passing on of the morals and values from one generation to the next. What better place?
That's right.
Than homeschooling?
That's right.
So when someone says, so what about socialization? And you say, well, socialization is passing on the morals and values from one generation to the next. And we are doing that through our church, our homeschooling, our family, our values, our service. How about your family?
Please do not come for Vicki and her children.
I was going to say,
Please.
and take her address and email if you get the beat down because you responded that way. No.
Yes. Having responses are important,
Yes.
and also being conscious of how it makes you feel.
Yes.
Anything, I always say, anything that makes the hair stand up on your back, you should revisit more than once.
That's right.
And I know what it's like when I felt offended when people asked me questions about my homeschooling.
Right.
And that was something I needed to address. It wasn't their problem, it was mine.
Right.
And so I had to come to a place that I was comfortable and understood the response of natural questions. When, hey, you got all those kids, you figure out how it's happening, you're going to get the one-liners. You're going to come across people who come for you instead of us, as homeschoolers, always ready to fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't want, and that's when you know you're not ready. When it pisses you off real good, you just need more time. You need to do some mirror kind of role playing with yourself, because you're not there yet. You're not comfortable with that response yet. And so when people say, oh, 7 kids, have you figured out how it's happening yet? I say, oh, yes, I figured out he was using my toothbrush, and I finally moved it over. They never have a response to that. I was like, I figured out he was using my toothbrush. And so when they come for me and they say, well, what about socialization? And I tell them, I said, we have a whole lot of homeschool friends. We do. And that's the answer. We have a ton of homeschool friends. Yeah. I am trying to pick through which one of my friends I'm going to be with.
Yes. That's
and
right.
That's my response. And they give you that stare.
Yes.
I said, and the pandemic made us go from 0 to hero.
Yes.
You went from wondering why I'm homeschooling to how I'm homeschooling, and that's why you're watching.
That's right. Hear, hear. Yes. Rochelle, did you have anything else? Oh. How do you top that? I mean, seriously, there's no topping that, except to say that our kids are being socialized, but so are we to the outside community, and being able to have those answers is extremely important. You had your hand up, I think.
Should I stand or am I fine? Can I
Wherever you're comfortable.
Okay. All right. So I expect this. I wanted to hear from the other ladies there. So going into homeschooling without an formal educational background, if you have a degree or non-degree in something outside of education, and you want to go into homeschooling either because of what the pandemic showed us, and I know as I'm a single parent, it showed me a lot that the school was not doing according to what my expectations were.
Right.
Without an educational background, how can one who wants to coming in perhaps, as I discussed with my sister behind me, as perhaps a tutor first versus an owner, or I'm not quite even sure how to call it. You know, you guys are well established in your own organizations, companies. How do you come in like just fresh off without an educational background, wanting to get into homeschooling? I guess that's a question.
Yeah.
Are you asking about how do you homeschool your child without an educational background, or you're asking how do you
get into homeschooling? Not because my kids are almost out of are in high school, but I want to support. I want to be able to do this for other kids that are coming up, because I didn't like what I saw.
Oh, I see.
So I want to be able to do that. It's something that I've always wanted to be able to do, and now after seeing what I saw, I really want to do it now. So for other kids coming in, perhaps either as a teacher first, would be the first step, versus coming in and say, "Oh, I have my homeschool, but I don't have an educational background." So what would be the best way to do it without that formal training?
Well, I mean, I think I don't necessarily know that you need formal training. It's more so what are you bringing to the homeschool community? So, I mean, people bring different gifts to the homeschool community.
Right.
So it's not necessarily that you have to be an educator by trade. I mean, think about what your strengths, what your gifts are, and think about what you're bringing to the homeschool community. And I guess that's what you would have to think about.
Sure.
So whatever you're good at, whatever you have a passion for, other people will eventually acknowledge that.
That's right.
So if you maybe start volunteering someplace, if you have a passion, in that area, it will start building some credibility. So it's not necessarily about a degree, because if you're good at what you do, kids are learning, parents are happy, they're going to start telling other people about that.
So one of the things I wanted to point out is that some states, I'm not sure about Maryland, have a stipulation about who you can homeschool, right? So they say, we consider this a homeschool if you are homeschooling your own children. So there's that. But there are other opportunities for you, as they said, to volunteer. We have a music teacher, that taught the boys guitar, piano, and drums. And he's like, you know what? I really want to be more involved in the homeschool community. I see that as a need. So we passed his information around, and now he's got his business is blowing up because of that. If you meet a homeschooler and find out what their needs are, what do you observe as the needs are in the homeschoolers that you know, and if there's something that you can meet that need, then you can begin that way, I think. Anything else? Any other questions? Yes.
Please have the information for the music teacher.
Yes, I definitely will. Definitely, yes. And he does go into Maryland. Yes.
So I just want to know, like you're talking about coming with your gifts and your skills, and is there a place so I work at a tutorial, I'm a guide there, and I want to advance in what I already know. Like, it's good and well that I have my own set of skills, but there's so much like that. I've met so many different people here and that have so many great skills that I would like to harness as well. Is there a place for us as guides? Because I know it's looking after younger people and raising them, but us as well. The learning shouldn't stop for us. So is there a place we can go to kind of get that experience of like learning skills like photography and music skills, and I mean, I'm trying to learn how to ride a bike.
Oh,
you know what
yeah,
I mean? Like
yeah.
things like that. So we can also have those skills to teach our younger ones. Is there a place we can go as older people?
You mean as a parent, how to continue?
As a parent, as a guide, as a
Just someone who's interacting with young people.
Yeah, we learn skills to go and teach them in our
Yeah. That's a very good question. I have an answer.
There's community college.
Yes.
They have community education. All of the community colleges have a community learning arm that's non-degree based that you can go take classes in all kinds of different fields. And somebody who's an adult, I think, would start there. Yeah.
Cooperative extension. You know, if you have any of those in your area, those are also the public library is a wealth of information about. And if you go to the community board, there's all kinds of people offering and advertising ways for you to learn photography, how to ride a bike, or you can put what your need is. I want to learn, and then you will be amazed at. You know, you'll have to filter through some of the responses that you get. But you know, if you have a desire, you know, to learn something, then you know the opportunity will come for you to add that.
One of the best resources I found when there's a thing I wanted to teach my kids, but I didn't know, is I would go to the website edX, EDX, and they have courses from like MIT and Stanford and stuff, but chunked into little mini courses. And some you can pay money for, but they have lots of little mini courses. Like the best one I ever took didn't cost me a penny. Is 14 lessons on the science of happiness, and it was just all the research on happiness for free. So it's edX.
Also, another suggestion for you, Parks and Recreation. They send out a book just about every season.
Yep.
You would be surprised how much information you would get.
Yes.
And you can ride the bike.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Yes, very much.
One thing I want to bring up, Carla, is just because I work with so many homeschoolers, I am seeing a bit of a trend that I wanted to put on the platform for discussion, is how students are looking to go back to school because of socialization. No other reason. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with academics. It's just, hey, I'm sending my kid back now the pandemic is quote unquote over, if you will, and because they need to be socialized.
Right.
You know, and I always say to my kids, and I want to throw this out at you and hear from you ladies, is that there's a fallacy that just because you're around 2,000 people that you have socialization.
That's right. That's right.
That is a fallacy. In
Say
fact,
that again.
there is a fallacy that because you're around 2,000 other kids or people, that there is socialization. Even in the midst of this room, you would have to get up and meet somebody in order to qualify as socialization. Some of you have not moved at all, right? So it does not move. It does not matter how many people are in the room, and even there are a lot of restrictions sometimes at traditional schools, you know, in terms of its socialization because of keeping safety, right? You know, I had one student come in and said that they couldn't talk during lunchtime. I'm thinking, well, when can you talk? If you can't talk in the classroom, you can't talk during lunchtime. When can you talk? So I say to you, I say to my kids, I tell them, I say, you know, it's not about a crowd, but it's about the relationships.
That's right.
You know, I would much rather see you have one or two friends than to be around 2,000 people and have none.
That's right.
Or 500 people and have none.
That's right.
And you think about even yourself. How many friends did you take away from high school?
That's right.
And how many did you take away from college?
That's right.
It's always, you can count on one hand. And I remind my kids of that because when they're homeschooled, particularly if they're homeschooled their whole time, they have this fallacy that just because they see their friends walking maybe from the bus stop with, you know, 20 people, 10 people, that they have a bunch of friends, and that's not true. So I like to address what I call the elephant in the room on that particular topic, and I just wanted to throw it out to you guys. Did you want to say something?
Well, and one of the things too, when we went to orientation for our son at Virginia Tech, one of the things that they said is that kids, as Linus said, they look at other people, and if you say, how many kids do you think this person, you know, has as friends, they always overestimate the number of friends they think somebody has, when actually the kids that are graduating from high school now and going into college, they're the loneliest generation. They have access to each other on their fingertips, and yet they're not connecting at a level that nourishes them, that helps them. And so, you know, with homeschooling, you have a unique opportunity to get to do something very different with your children. It's very, very important. Yeah. Anything else?
You mentioned something about co-ops and places where other homeschool parents can go. Is there a resource or a place to go to get that information to get started with something like that?
Yeah, so I want to do a plug for HSLDA because our new group services now has a arm, if you go to HSLDA, where we list groups in the area, and there are some listed there for the state of Maryland. I'm sure SHABACH is on this list. Yes, Calvary Gospel Home Educators is on this list. So you could go to Maryland, put your zip code in, and get a couple of those groups. Of course, you have to do your own vetting and go through, getting to know the groups, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a place. And of course, we're also going to have the same platform for Machi that will be unique to the state of Maryland that will support this effort of people trying to get connected to one another. I think it's very important. And we don't want it to be that you just don't have the group. You will be left with the names and numbers of the places that you have to reach out to because the programs are there. We're blessed and robust in homeschooling these days. And so I think I Googled and it said something about 3 million people are homeschooling.
Yeah.
You gotta, right? You gotta know that there's somebody out there for you to connect with. So, and also making sure that your kids know that, and here's another thing I'm throwing on the plate, is that because we live in a social media era, that uses the word friend.
Yes.
Yes. They use that word friend very, very loosely. And then, so sometimes kids think they have friends that they don't have. And so one of the things that we do in our homeschool is identify what a friend is.
That's right. That's right.
And there's a relationship between friendships. And I think more today than ever before, kids need to understand what friend really means. And you guys, as homeschoolers, we have time to help our kids understand that. And it's important because then they can develop what I call healthy relationships that are real friends, as opposed to, hey, I stalk 10 people on Facebook and I call them friends.
That's right.
Right? So I think that that's important. I think, and that didn't exist by most of us. According to your ages out there, we were all BC before computers. Right? Am I the only BC? No. Some of y'all other BCs in here before computers. So we have to be mindful of how that impacts the socialization thought based on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, et cetera, et cetera.
The last thing that I'll make. Oh, please go.
It's machemd.org. MACHEMD.org. So machemd.org, and there's a place where you can subscribe and you'll get the latest and the greatest. That website's going to be launching in just about a week.
The last thing I want to plug before we end is if you have an opportunity to go to a homeschool convention or something along those lines where other young homeschoolers are going to gather, take your children. Start them early. Let them see that they are a part of a whole mass of kids. Because sometimes they can feel, like I think it was Elijah who felt like he was the only one, right? It's like, no, there is a whole slew of other people who are just like them. And it helps build their own confidence so that they can have an answer if anybody challenges them about the way that they're homeschooled. They have confidence and they trust that we're leading them into something that's really good because they see others who are doing it. So I know sometimes parents like to go on their own. It's like you got kids and you're trying to look at curriculum. But I think that it's really important to try to make sure that your children do that as often and as you can.
And the programs too, because a lot of times they don't want to be in the programs. They'll tell you no, but a lot of times they'll come out and say, I met a friend. I was like, really?
Exactly.
In the program you didn't want to go to.
That's right.
And take them to the legislative days when Machi does that. Like, it opens their whole world for them. I just want, if you'll take some chocolate on your way.
Yeah, she said.
Yeah, and take one of those little coupons that has a download. It's a coupon code for a download for a freebie writing guide because I'd like to download a bunch of those. So, okay.
And if there's nothing else, then thank you, panel, for sharing your wisdom and experience with everybody. Thank you. Oh, okay, yes. So the next thing that we have on the agenda is there is a giveaway. That's going to be the section where we all signed up for a giveaway and a wrap-up session. That's going to come up, and then we will be done for the day.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Look at that. Is this doing okay? Yeah? Okay. All right, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. We are back together. We started here in the morning and we are finishing well. I hope you all look like you survived. Yeah, a little less numbers, but it's okay. People have other things going on in one day, right? So definitely I've been blessed. I don't want to speak for you all. You've been blessed? Yeah? Praise God, praise God. Praise God. That's always a blessing. You came and got at least most of what you needed. And definitely reach out to all of us. We are still very accessible. If not through HSLDA, definitely through other avenues. Reach out to us, okay? The speakers are available to support Vicki, BJU. We got a number of them, and you all have heard from them today. So before we do our giveaways, all right, does everyone have a raffle ticket? Yes? Okay. If you don't, then you'll raise your hand, please. Now, before we get going, we do need you to pull out your phone. We need you to go to SCAHomeschool.net, please. And there is a survey. We will give you about 3-4 minutes to fill out the survey, please. Surveys are those things that people may not want to do, but it actually helps us get qualitative data on this whole event and to know what we need to improve upon. S is in Sam, C is in cat, A is in apple, homeschool.net, net, homeschool.net. SCAHomeschool.net. So if you're just coming in, you get a raffle. Please fill out the survey. We want to know also, I think one of the questions on the survey is, how did you find out about? Because we advertise all over social media and radio, and SHABACH did a lot. So we just kind of want to know what was effective. About 2 more minutes, I guess, and then we'll be ready for the giveaways. Are giveaway people ready? Yes? Come on up. Come on up. We rolling this train. We gotta bring it into the station. The station's right there. I know, the station's right there. We just gonna roll it on in. Come on down if you have giveaways. I have 2 giveaways, but mine are right here. So anybody else giveaways? Yeah, well, you got yours. You don't need to bring all that down. You think? Okay. You need a raffle ticket? Right there.
The information for the vendors that have gone are on the website. She had a question for NHA and then.
NHA, what's the question? Oh, it's done. The raffle, it's closed.
Oh, it did. Oh.
Okay. If you all can come over. I guess it doesn't matter. Both sides. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let me know when you're finished. We got about 1 minute, and then we're gonna go ahead so we can get you all out. I know we ran over a bit, but we don't want to continue running over. But it's been good. You know how when you run over a little bit, it's really good. But then you run over, you're like, okay, all right, go. All right. Everybody finished survey? I still see a few people. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, okay. All right, who's drawing? Who's gonna?
The person, whoever is giving away can just draw.
Okay, let's roll. Yes, let's roll it.
All right, so SHABACH is giving away a tablet.
Wow, woo!
Everybody have a ticket on this morning. Okay, let's ready. The number is 571237.
All right. Okay. We have, Angie, you ready? Choose. Yeah, no, choose her. Choose. Yeah, choose. Yeah. Yeah, it's her number is 571223. All right. Yeah. Woo! You can take it, Angie. Awesome. Okay, Miss BJU. Miss Belinda.
571213.
I have. There were some who someone asked me about Mom's Manual and they were trying to find Lanisser. I don't know if he's still here. Okay, so I see something coming up.
Number 07333.
All right. From HSLDA, they get a transcript service and this Mom Possible mug. This is the mompossible.org.
Yes.
And it is going to 571232. 571232.
All right, woo! Nice. Did we miss anyone? Any other giveaway?
Okay, last popcorn bag number for another copy of Miss Natalie Mack's book.
This was donated by 7 sisters who purchased it from,
So 70334. Oh, I'm sorry, 07334.
Okay, that's Paula Richards.
Paula Richards?
073.
And she's not here. I'll pick somebody else. 07313.